All right, we are live for a break that we've entitled The Bowman Experiment. So, what we're going to do is something a little bit different. Now, a lot of our breaking style happens to be not just focused on the cards, but we talk about the sports, we talk about the hobby. But this one is going to be very deliberate. All right. So this is not only going to be a break, but it's also going to be a nice little content piece here. And what we're going to do is we're going to take four relatively equal in sense of market value, different SKUs under the 2022 Bowman line. And we're going to ask, what's the best way to Bowman? What is better to do? Is it better to buy blasters? Is it better to buy megas? Is it better to buy hobby? Or is it better to buy jumbos, right? Now, truth be told, we don't have really a big enough sample size to firmly answer the question. And the answer is always really going to be, well, it really depends on what's inside the box. But there are patterns that can maybe help make the decision easier of which way to go. And hopefully by opening this sample size of product, along with the knowledge that we have about the product and the history that the product has in previous years, hopefully we can figure that out. We're also going to discuss some of the prospects that are in Bowman. So we will probably talk about as many as 30 of them. I've pulled up some data on this year's current minor league season. So part of prospecting is not only coming in with the hype, right? Usually Bowman is a late April release. You have spring training already done, right? And then the minor league season starts around that time. So when you enter into Bowman season, you have a lot of the hype. Well, now we have about a month and a half worth of games played. So we can also make some decisions based on how the players are doing. There are 4 teams still available in the break. So more than welcome to stick around and hang out with us and watch the content part of this. But, I mean, we're not just going to open up this product just for fun, right? We're going to have a break here. So we generally tend to do pick your team style breaks. 4 teams remain. We have the Red Sox are $159.95. The White Sox are $209.95. The Brewers are $134.95. And the Padres are $239.95. Now, I don't want to spoil any of the upcoming discussion, but I will say this. Padres have a couple very strong prospects, all right? What is it? James Wood tends to be one of the more thought of players in the mix. The Brewers have, I believe, 4 prospects on the checklist. And I guess 2 or 3 of them have some upside behind them. So I know we're talking at least about 2 of them in our top 30 list. So even though maybe not necessarily, a top 5 guy, but there's 2 guys on the list, of which if there's 30 spots and 30 teams in baseball, that means they got 2 and somebody else got none at the very least. All right. Let's see here. So what I want to do is also get this break shared up on my timeline. And let everybody on the group chat know. Oh, there we go. Where is that? There it is. We also want to share this in the group. Why is it saying no results? That's not normal. That is weird. It is not up there. All right. Just had to scroll down a little more than normal. All right. So how's everybody doing tonight? Hey, good evening. So again, 2022 Bowman, we are going to go in good detail on it. And being that today's date is June 17th, it also gives us a little further insight into the development of some of these players. So some of these guys are holdovers from draft, right? They didn't get put in draft because they want to keep this product spicy. Some of them are international free agents that signed. You also have, just like with Bowman Chrome, developing players, guys who did well during the Arizona Fall League or were expected to make big improvements coming in through the year. So without further ado, let's get into roll call and see if we can't have some fun with this. What's the details there? So let's see who's here. Jeff Lukowitz, John Wright, Yehoshua Gold, Mike Kelly, David Sipes, Dan Stacy, Max Torgoff, Mike Coleman, Gregory Krause, Matthew Bohack, Don Wright. I see Rob Carluccio here. So, and Hector is obviously here as well. Hector Narvaez. Melissa Marin. Peter Strawn. Jacob Teasley. Richard Garcia Jr. And I'll start sending out the links. Again, we are live broadcasting through the Drip app. There are 4 teams still left in this break. They can only be purchased on Drip. If you're watching on Facebook, there's a link in the title bar if you're watching, say, on an iPad or a computer. If you're watching on a mobile device, then you may need to go at the bottom where it says live chat. Next to it should say overview. And then you hit see more and the link should be in there. So all depends on how you're watching us. Again, this is not just going to be a break. This is going to be some fun content here. So especially whether you're really into prospecting or whether you're new to prospecting or whether you're new to the hobby and want to see what the big deal is about Bowman. This will be a fun couple hours, and we'll definitely get to talk some baseball as well as some hobby with this. So again, right now we are in roll call. So I'm just sending over the link to everybody who's in the break. Make sure they do get the opportunity to watch along with us. And hopefully everybody can make it. If not, with Drip, we're able to have our streams show up on Facebook, on Twitch, on Instagram, which might not be working because it only says 3 up here. Yeah, Instagram didn't work. Restart. Failed to restart to Instagram. So Instagram cannot see us right now. I'm going to try to fix that real quick. So Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube are able to see us. Now, I am not able to see the comments on YouTube or Twitch because I don't have those applications up. And I have 2 eyeballs and 3 screens here, so that doesn't really do me, any good. Simulcasting, Instagram, delete. And now it says we're live on Instagram. Did somebody else go out? That's the question. Nope, all 4 are up now. Excellent. All right, we're good. So again, did it go out? I hope that didn't knock us out. Are we still live on Facebook? I just want to see if the comments match up. It says we're on both, on all 4 here. Oh, put a new video? All right. It looks like it put us on a new video. Apologize for that if it messed up anybody's feed. And I was trying not to exclude the Instagram feed, but so we got that. Refresh. All right. That's good. Now I can see it on my end too. All right. So I'm just going to be sending over this link to anybody who hasn't answered me back. And then we will get this show on the road here. All right, so I see Jacob in here. So good to see you again, Jacob. Hopefully we can pull something nice for you tonight. Hopefully we can pull most of you something nice tonight. Not that I'm excluding anyone in particular, but that's just how it works. We understand that. All right. You're here. And the white whale. Oh, gosh, who is that? I want to say it was Adam Wainwright, but I could be wrong. My memory's not that great. But yeah, I mean, we've been doing breaks since 2014. Oh, Rizzo. Oh, it wasn't the Cardinals, it was the Cubs. I remember the Rizzo, yes. Didn't one number to 9 come out in the same case? I don't remember if it was the same break or if it was the next break. But we've pulled quite a few white whales out of triple threads. That one went back to 2016. So yeah, a little H to the Izzo, Anthony Rizzo. There was a second white whale that came out of that same case. I think it wasn't as good as Rizzo though. All right. So the Padres are now gone. So that leaves 3 teams. I'm just double checking to make sure I got everybody messaged. Oh yes, the Pedroia nameplate. That was a cool booklet. Yeah, we've pulled a few cool bat barrel booklets in the past. So hey, what's going on? So again, there are 3 teams left in the break. We are almost sold out here. Red Sox are 159.95. White Sox are 209.95. Brewers are 134.95. And that's it. Not the first time I've heard that. I'm actually much more handsome and thinner in person than him, but and funnier. But he's performing in Atlantic City in near future. I almost felt like I should take a trip down there and be like, bro, why you gotta look like me? I think I'm older than him. No, I might not be. I don't know. Let me see. No, no, he's like 5 years older than me. Yo, he's a little more New York City, and I'm Jersey, so you know. All right, and White Sox are now gone. So there's 2 teams left. As I'm just confirming that I got everybody here. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Yep, yep. I have a store in South Jersey. I am sitting in it right now. So while we also do the breaking, we also have a physical brick and mortar location in Manahawkin, New Jersey. We are about 45 minutes north of the Atlantic City Convention Center, where the National will be held. And I'm just trying to get the updated link for somebody to the new video. Oh, I see what happened. What the hell? My video was partially muted because it contained 42 seconds of audio that has music that belongs to somebody else. Now let me ask you. Oh, Hector, you got to go on drip. So in the title bar on this stream, it'll take you into drip, and then there's a little like basket thingy icon on drip, and that'll take you right into the drip shop. Does anybody hear any music going on? I hear no music. That's why the video got kicked off. I thought it was because of something I did. It kicked me off for a copyright infringement because, stupid. And it doesn't even give me the ability to contest it. No, on Facebook. It's not even giving me the ability to contest it. How stupid is that? Oh, man. So after the break, we're going to do some karaoke. It's ridiculous. All right. So we got to keep this interesting for those watching on YouTube, because watch in the future, they'll be able to jump in. So here's the deal. Until we show the first hit, you can still get in this break. All right? Once that first hit is shown, Red Sox and Brewers stay with the house. Got it? So again, getting started here. Red Sox are available through the drip shop for $159.95. The Brewers are available for $134.95. Once the first hit is shown, that's it. So what should we start with? Let's bring this up to a vote here for the Bowman Experiment. Whether you're in the break or not, your vote matters, as long as you're watching on Facebook or Drip, because then I can actually see your comments. Everybody else I can't. What do you want to see first? Do you want to see all of the Bowman Megas? All of... Now, we can't do all. That'd be too much. We're going to space it out. But which do you want to see first? Mega? Blaster? No, we should do it all. I don't know. Do you want to do a hobby box first? You guys vote on what we do first, and then I'll take it from there. It just means I have to keep things in separate piles so that we can do our recap will be a little bit different than normal. So I got one vote for a hobby, one vote for a mega. I know how to keep everything separate too. All right, I got a brain. So hold on. Four different products, four compartments. I like it. So that will make it easy on me. And we'll just shove this back here. So got another vote for hobby. Oh, you're on drip? It should look like a little shopping cart. Yeah, it's like a little, or I'm sorry, like a little shopping bag. I'm trying to pull it up right now. So you see this little, it almost looks like a purse or a satchel, right? And then you go in there, and there's the last four teams, and two of them are left. So, yeah, it's for the break. It's the teams for the break. If it's not related to the break, obviously. Oh, that's on the Facebook page. I haven't updated that in like a couple weeks because we've been so crazy busy. So there's stuff that's not on there, and there's prices that haven't been updated in a while. But it's the same link it's been since like 2019 or 2017. I'll just message you that real quick. And then after the break, that's you can bring up anything. But we just got in Onyx Vintage Series 2, Absolute Baseball, all that stuff. So we have other stuff here. But I was just putting the break stuff in the screen. All right, so based on the vote here, we're going to go hobby first. All right. And you know what? I find that an interesting first pick because when you do an experiment, you need a hypothesis. And mine is that hobby is the way to go right now. So right now, hobby boxes retail for about $300 a piece. All right. If you add two hobby boxes together, that's about 600. All right. So that's kind of the floor for market value on these things. This is going to be the highest one at 725. And then everything else comes in around the 600-ish mark. My hypothesis is that the hobby is the way to go, especially with that slight difference in price. We like the autographs. History has told us, though, that hobbies get some nice color autos. So, you're probably going to get one out of these. I'm hoping that we see one out of these, right? Either a color or just a base refractor to $4.99. Again, is this a small sample size? Yes. If we were opening cases, I think we would have a little bit more concrete. But hobby is my number one pick. And normally I'm a jumbo guy. Everybody knows base Topps, except for the 1 year that they forgot to put the short prints in. Yes, Topps has been making mistakes for years. This year's no different. All right. It's okay, though, because they do a lot of things right. But normally I'm a jumbo guy, and I'm Bowman, just first of the year Bowman. with the amount of chromes per pack and stuff like that, I almost think that the hobbies, especially when they're under 50% value of a jumbo box, are the way to go. Now, this year I've kind of been surprised, and I have some theories about this, but I think my number 2 might actually be the blasters for the money. Not so much that it's going to be a better value in total than a jumbo box, but you can bang this out, a few at a time. And my guess is that we're going to possibly see 2, maybe 3 autographs out of the blasters, which I think is abnormal. And maybe I'm wrong, because I really, until recently, until my allocations got, wrapped so short over the last couple of years, I really didn't do too much retail dabbling. And this is a lot of retail for a break that we would normally put out. But I'm seeing a lot of autograph hits, not just paper, but chrome too. And my question is, right, now they're upping production numbers, right? The hobby's hot. So don't get upset if they go up 10 to 15% over last year, because there's more people collecting. All right. People couldn't get enough last year. And there's still people coming in through this very door saying, hey, I just got back into this. All right. Yeah, some are dropping, especially the 72-hour attention spans. There's so much of that in the hobby. I have a feeling that this paper shortage thing, right? So maybe production on retail is up a lot, but maybe they thought production in general was going to be up a lot across all products. Maybe they just didn't have enough to make the amount of hobbies and jumbos that they wanted to, and that could have left some extra autographs, especially if they're trying to pack a deeper checklist. So what I think that results in is a little bit better odds than previous of hitting an auto in retail. Now, I don't think that really affects the megas too much, because the main thing in there is getting those mega autographs, and I don't think the formula's changed too much. If anything, there may be more megas than before, right? They used to charge $19.99 way back in the day for them, and now if you can find it on the store shelves, it's $44.99. If you find it in a shop, generally, I mean, you're probably going to get some guys that are going to try to get $75 for it, but I think like $60 isn't too crazy, because you add sales tax in, you're paying almost $50, and with the price of gas nowadays, if they're saving you, if your hobby shop is an easier drive than Target, which some people's are, or whatever Excel distributed place, because I think there's a couple other places besides Target that have the megas, but Walmart does not. I think the megas might be a little bit on the short end this year, but you do get those nice mojo parallels. So without further ado, again, in the drip shop, there's 2 teams left. The Red Sox are $159.95, and the Brewers are $134.95. And since we're going with hobby first, we're definitely pulling an auto, right? Sooner rather than later. So we're going to do hobby first. Then we'll go over to megas. All right. Then we'll put it up to a vote again if we get any further participation on that. Whether we sandwich the jumbo in between the blaster boxes or not. I don't know. We'll see. I got 2 options there. All right. So good luck to everybody in the break. And to everybody not in the break, I hope you enjoy the experiment. So here we go. We're going to need lots of sleeves, because I'll tell you what, every single first Bowman Chrome, in my opinion, should get sleeved. I mean, I got ones from like years ago that I hadn't sleeved, and now they're really not worth sleeving because they're not going anywhere. But when you don't know, the right way to do it is just get everybody sleeved. I'm going to need some more top loaders. I know that for a fact. Probably not this many, but we'll see. All right, here we go. Bowman Experiment. So as we go through this, we'll also talk about some of the prospects as they kind of poke their heads through. And again, I got about 30 of them that I pulled up some information on. So one thing that I'll say about the set in general, all right, last year the complaint was about how many pitching prospects there were. Now, we started with hobby. Some of the whining may be justifiable, especially if you're talking about Topps Chrome, but there's a lot of good pitchers that came out in either Bowman or Topps products last year. A lot of strong pitching prospects. And you can say the same about Series 1 Topps. You had Manning, Megill. There's some decent stuff out there. So just because it's a pitcher doesn't mean you should be knocking it. I know the hobby tends to frown a little bit on pitching because they're just so nervous that they're going to get hurt. And there's some justification with that because I just mentioned Tyler Megill, and he throws in not a full no-hitter, but he was a part of one. And for a Mets fan like myself, that's only our second no-hitter ever. All right. And he's been a part of one no-hitter, and he's also been a part of 2 injured list stints. Just got sent back on the IL today after, I guess, maybe coming back too soon. I don't know. But that's just part of the risk. So it takes a number of years. Even like a Walker Buehler, I felt like either this year or next, we were due to see a big surge on him. That might be set back now. I do think he's going to be one of the better pitchers of this era. I think he will be a sure replacement for Kershaw in a lot of Dodgers fans' minds. But he's got to come back from this injury now. And let's see here. I want to make sure I have my screens available. So let's take a look. Bowman's also going to give you rookies and some star players, to have some fun with. So you got Brandon Marsh there. But we're not going to concentrate on that today because usually we'll talk about that when we talk about Topps products. So you do have your Marshes, your Bergers. And here's Robert Hassel, top 100. All right. Padres have had some very strong prospects coming through the ranks, and this set will illustrate some more. You have some repeat guys, right? Henry Davis in draft last year. Luis Rodriguez, I believe, was out of Bowman Chrome. Hey, yo, one more for the good guys. For life. James Wood, so this one's paper. But his first Bowman Chrome. And that's another thing that you got to watch with Bowman when you look at the checklist. And you see guys that are kind of getting sought after, like Brian Acuna, right? It's a nice one. But there's no base. There's no paper. There's no chrome. So it's very, all killer, no filler there. But in general, Most of the big prospects are going to have autos. So with the Reds, Matt McLain, just an auto, right? Wish we could have seen that Matt McLain come out in a break, but we have one very happy customer from North Carolina that pulled a straight red number to 5 auto out of a box he purchased from us down in Charlotte a couple weeks ago. So we do take this show on the road here and visit some shows. Next show that we're going to see is going to be July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at the Wildwood Convention Center in my home state of New Jersey. So that'll be kind of easy for me. I don't actually have to put up hotel room. Drive about an hour and 15 minutes or so. Joe Ryan, somebody who good to keep your eye out on. Again, strong start, but injured list. DL Hall. I don't know. He might end up being IL Hall. Who knows? But there are a lot of good pitchers that have been coming out the last couple of years. So you can't just ignore them either. Let's take a look at one of our lesser prospects here. But he's going to get a little bit of name recognition. Darren Baker, because he is the son of Dusty Baker. And I think his dad hit a milestone, and in the same day, he had a walk-off hit. I don't remember if it was a home run or not. He only has 1 home run on the year. This is a guy who will get a little bit of attention, kind of a marginal prospect. He was a 10th round pick last year. So far in 2022, 164 at bats, 293 average, so that's respectable. 13 doubles, so that's pretty strong there. So I don't think he's going to be a huge home run hitter, but he's definitely got the possibility of being a gap player, and definitely could be a guy just like Dusty that adds a little pop. Right when he comes up, I don't really see him as like a 30 home run type, but he could probably get double digits. Again, he's only got 1 now, but he's only in his 2nd professional year, so he is 23. He was a collegiate draft pick out of California. We'll see what happens. 33 strikeouts and 14 walks. So that's something I look at there. So his strikeout percentage is still respectable, even though he's in high A ball. So hopefully, as a 23-year-old, he's able to take the high track, and we're able to see a little bit of progression on him throughout the year. Pedro Pineda, you got the Bowman in 3D. I really like the looks of these. These are cool. And we're moving along. Got Michael Escato for the Pirates. I don't want to cut that light, but I have a feeling I'm going to have to. Let's see. Alexander Vargas. Jake Berger. Rookie of the Year favorites. I don't know quite about Rookie of the Year, but here's another prospect we can talk about. Andry Lara. So I believe, depending on what list you look at, he's the number 4 prospect for the Nationals. One of the few pitchers to kind of keep your eyes on. There he is. Limited appearances this year, so he's 3-3. Oh wait, I'm sorry, 1-4 this year, with a ERA of 6. This is like backwards. Oh, that's because it's the MLB, not the MLB page. Okay, so 11 starts this year, not faring so well. But in 45 innings, he struck out 53, and he's only 19 years old. He's one of those typical, like, drafted out of high school. He's got to learn to get some control. Last year wasn't too bad, as he played a little rookie ball and A ball. This year at A ball, he's struggling, but it's early. So small sample size, but scouting wise, there's some potential upside there. Got Julio Rodriguez, who I guess in Bowman Chrome he'll probably show up as a rookie card, right? Ceddanne Rafaela, Victor Labrada. So there's a lot of prospects. There's a lot more than 30 that have first Bowman cards. Are we going to talk about all of them? No. They will all get some 1 cent love. But no, you haven't missed much at all. We haven't even shown the first hit yet, which means anybody watching on Drip right now, you can still buy in. It's not too late. Red Sox are $159.95, and the Brewers are $134.95. Got Jordan Lawler, Hi-Fi Futures. Definitely, I definitely like the way they're very squared off, the inserts this year, with the Bowman in 3D, with the square pattern and that. I don't know, maybe those almost look like Andy Warholish in some ways. I don't know. So George Valera, let's talk about one of the big guns here. All right, this is probably arguably a top 5 prospect in 2022 Bowman. And with good reason. He's 21 years old. So he's one of those guys that lost a season to 2020. He got signed in 2019, limited play. 2020, no games. 2021, back to limited play. Right? Now he's at AA. All right? So he's 21, but he's now caught up a little bit to the fast track here. Already has 12 doubles, 10 home runs. All right, so 23 of his 58 hits have been for extra bases. He's just about at the 200 at bat mark. Now, this is where it gets interesting. 54 strikeouts, so not great, but not terrible with the 25% strikeout ratio. But 35 walks, so he's got a good batting eye. So he's carrying an average of 291, but his on-base percentage is 398, and an OPS over 900. Definitely one to keep your eye out on. So he came in as one of the strong prospects, and he's performing well at AA. I would not be surprised if he sees a AAA promotion at sometime in the next probably after their All-Star break. Okay, so Justice Thompson and Zach Veen. So definitely one to keep an eye out. There's a Wander Franco. Remember that guy? I love it how people want to call him a bum. Like, really? This guy's a phenom. He's just getting started. He's already showing hints of being able to do some of the things in the minors. We're going to see this trend here. Now, we saw George Valera, for example. All right? 54 strikeouts, 35 walks. That's not a huge difference. But I feel like this guy is maybe starting to change the minds of some of the coaches out there. And maybe, just maybe, a little more respect to the walk is going to come around. Yeah, the only thing terrible about that was what that breaker was doing. I mean, I don't really care to comment on like things other breakers do, but yeah, I don't understand what the reasoning was behind that. So somebody on Whatnot, there's a couple incidents today. One, some guy got pissed and he refunded everybody their money because he wasn't making enough. It's not the first time that's happened recently either. And I guess he redid it, but instead of combining, he did them individually. So a guy got shut out of a break, and it was, I think, a no huddle box, and I think a very low numbered Trey Lance auto came out of the no huddle. So it's like, ugh, that's bad. And then this situation. So there's some ultra short prints, right? Those double SPs. And what they're doing is, I saw the Mr. Met one, and I kind of joked because Mr. Met has a giant head. I'm like, what is Barry Bonds doing in a Mets uniform? Turns out that all, or maybe not all, but at least a bunch of mascots have cards very hard to find, very, very low chance of finding them, where the mascot's head is put onto the player's body. Yeah, Joey Votto was Mr. Redlegs. I think Mr. Met was Pete Alonso. So the body is an actual player. And this guy does a player break. I think I have our next guy we're going to talk about in my hand, so I don't want to stall for too long. But so I mean, and the same guy who's kind of partly responsible for the whole Wander Franco controversy in Bowman's Best was like, well, they shouldn't keep it, but they should random it off because on the checklist it's going to be it's under the mascot's name. It's not Wander Franco. It's like, whose ass is it in the picture? He tried to use the example of oh gosh, what's his name? Lamonte Wade, right? And the short print with the same corresponding card number was Shohei Ohtani. The thing, though, is it's Shohei Ohtani on the other card. Whose ass is it in the picture? All right? You got the mascot's head, but it's Wander Franco's butt that's on the card. You could tell it's the other, the body of the card that it's mimicking. I'm sorry, but as somebody who's done this for 8 years, one, I think everybody was in agreement. Shame on the breaker for keeping the card. Yeah, keeping the card, because that player was never sold. It's a mascot. It's not a player. So he was even bragging about it, which that totally 360 backfired like that. But on top of that, I mean, there was only a few people that was like, you should random it off to everybody. No! If the guy's butt is on the card, I'm sorry, but I would give that to Wander Franco's spot. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. And we've had plenty of things where it's like, oh, we never had this happen before. What do we do? How about the Mel Allen ball? I think we came up with a reasonable solution. And it took us a few minutes to figure it out because it wasn't a normal situation. Because when you do that, don't forget, when something happens for the first time, you're setting a precedent, right? Precedent. That means you got to make that decision similarly every other time it happens like that. So it's important to make a good decision. And obviously, that guy's mascot head was up his own ass. So, sorry. I don't, again, nobody thought the guy should have kept the card except for, the guy, because he obviously cares about future business. But I mean, it was an overwhelming majority saying Wander Franco gets the card. So I don't know. But let's go off of the Wander Franco for a little while. Let's talk about Felix Valerio. So Felix Valerio is another guy who's been around for a while. He was a international signee, if I'm not mistaken. He's 21 years old now, and in Double A. So just like Valera, batting 250. Only 33 strikeouts in 200 at bats. That's actually pretty good. That's like 17%, a little under. And he's got 18 walks, so not as good of an eye, especially with a 250 average. But he's stolen 16 bases already, and part of the 16 bases thing there, you can probably attribute to some rule changes. All right. Not only do I think it's going to be more important in the future to be able to have a good walk to strikeout ratio, and people are going to care about that more in the way that they're training things. Not every team is like that. I think there's one good example of a guy who was on that track and then he got traded to a team, and everything else after that was like, But stolen bases are going to be important because there's new rules about pickoff attempts, tied into that time clock that they have. So if that show ends up coming to the show, then we got to look out here, because it will change the strategies, and guys are being given the run signal a lot more because less attention can be paid for them on the bases. So I don't necessarily know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it's an interesting thing. Make sure we're keeping the hobby stuff with the hobby. Next stack of packs. And, we're going to talk a lot about prospects in the beginning. Obviously, once we start repetitive cards, and looking into the nitty-gritty on the Bowman experiment, this will move a little bit quicker. But I do think that it's not only important that we conduct the experiment, but we understand the product, right? Oh, my goodness. It's not ink, but I think, somebody's going to like this. All right, so die cuts, because I do the face view on the camera, die cuts are a pain in the butt because I can't grip them properly. So we're going to show this off. This little nugget right here is what's called a prospector special. All right, we're talking about prospecting. We're talking about prospects. This parallel is the prospector special. This card is numbered 38 out of 49. And how about we talk about this guy next? New York Yankees prospect Trey Sweeney. So Trey Sweeney for the Yankees. So while I'm opening the pack, this is a perfect time to talk about him. So Trey Sweeney went to Eastern Illinois. He's 22 years old. All right. First round, 20th overall last year. Oh, very cool. So now that means that there's only 47 left, right? Do the math there. They're getting tougher and tougher. So being a Yankee draft pick, I feel automatically, depends on what word you want to use, increases or inflates your value. All right. And, for every Derek Jeter, or if you want to talk current guys, I don't know, Aaron Judge, since Gleyber Torres is not a homegrown Yankee and having it a little rough lately. But that Yankee mold, right? For every guy like that, there's a lot of Manny Banuelos, Dylan Betances, Rob Refsnyder's, Mason Williams. So sometimes, Anthony Volpe is a good one, though. Absolutely. Sometimes you get a little overexcited on the Yankee prospects, but some of them do turn into guys like Anthony Volpe and what's his name, Peraza, right? Oswald Peraza or something like that. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I usually know my Mets, Yankees, and Phillies prospects. So they can become big potential studs, and then their value goes through the roof. So often many will take a flyer and try to get any Yankee prospect they can. Trey Sweeney being a first rounder gives a little extra vote of confidence there. All right. Yeah, you got a Volpe. One of the few breaks that I didn't sell the Yankees in, we had Bowman First Edition 2020 in it, and I ended up getting a gold Volpe out of 50. It wasn't an auto because that year I don't think they had autographs, or if they did, they were really scarce. They've become a little easier to come by. There's Reed Detmers, Jarren Duran. But as far as Trey Sweeney goes, so far this year, it's been a little tough. Batting .214, OPS only .683, and this is high A ball. In 178 at bats, he struck out 59 times. So now we're kind of heading around that 30% mark. It's a little rough at A ball. Maybe a little too soon for that. He does have 7 home runs, 6 doubles, 2 triples, only 15 walks. He does have 9 steals. So there's a lot of variables that are kind of all over the place on him. So that might help bring his values down temporarily and maybe something to track a little closely. But he's not a guy right now that I would necessarily overpay on. Again, he did come out of college, but we're only 43 games into his minor league season. Last year he had limited action too. I'll say this, it wasn't really that much different, but he was at least batting .261, much better on base percentage. He actually walked more times last year in less plate appearances. So this is not the example that I was thinking of, but I still think that there's a lot of aggressive teaching down in the minor leagues. Sometimes you got to figure it out, I mean, Aaron Judge didn't come up until he was almost 25. So there's John Kenzie Noel. So he's one kind of keep my eye out for. Again, Yankee first rounders, not something to scoff at, obviously. I'm sure that Prospector Special has a pretty decent value on it. The last Chrome card, Reed Detmers. But do I think he's Volpe level? No. There's a lot of work that's going to go into him before he's even close to that. There's Jarren Duran, rookie. And haven't seen that autograph yet. So it'll likely come out in that final stack there, unless we got like a redemption card. Here's another guy, Matt Frazier. Right now, the 30 prospects that we're talking about, by the way, they're the guys with the base cards. We'll look at autograph only guys maybe a little bit later, or we'll talk about them another day. I don't know. So I got Matt Frazier here for the Pirates. And third rounder in 2019. All right. Now, this is one where last year he hit 26 doubles, 6 triples, 23 home runs. He walked 56 times. So even though he struck out 108, that was about 25% of his at-bats. Batted 306, 388 on base percentage, 940 OPS. That OPS has dropped down to 603 this season as he was promoted to Double-A. So he's got some things to work out. 50 games down there, only 3 home runs, still 12 doubles. So the power is still there, but he's missing. 7 steals, so the speed's still there. All right, he did 15 last year. Now, the impressive thing in this category, though, last year 15 stolen bases, but he was caught stealing 8 times. This year he's 7 for 7. All right, so batting average plummeted down to 211. So this is an adjustment period for him. He's 24 years old. So as far as I don't think Joe Adell's a bust. He was so young coming in. He's still got a couple of years to figure out major league pitching. Obviously, he's figured out AAA and below. Elijah Tatis is an interesting one. So the name is sexy, but the numbers are not. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised. This is one of the few guys that I put in here knowing he has very little chance of having any significant value. Actually, I cut him. That's right. I initially had 32 and I rounded it down to 30. The guy's not even batting 100 this year in limited at bats. Last year, he barely batted over 100. I guess the gene pool wasn't deep enough. I don't think we have a superstar in the making there. But, I mean, hey, that happens. Bo Bichette looks awesome. He had a brother, came up with the Yankees, didn't look awesome. So it happens. I think it was Dante Jr., actually. I think even he was coming up when I had my shop, my other shop. And, he was like a big Beckett story and all that stuff. But White Sox, one of the teams grabbed at the very end there. And you got an Invicta of Colson Montgomery. Well, he's one of the top guys we want to talk about, right? So let's talk about Colson Montgomery. Currently, all right, keep in mind this guy was a first-round pick, 22nd overall. He's only 20. So I guess he was probably redshirted because he's a little bit older than most of the guys taken out of high school. Marcelo Meyer. Let's see, do I have his birthday? February birthday, so early in the year. So Meyer, number 23 on the list. Those Red Sox still available, by the way. Not for long, but they're still here. And Montgomery in A-ball right now, 12 doubles already, so a triple and 4 home runs added to that. But again, when I'm looking at prospects, especially the younger that they are, I'm really focusing on extra bases, not so much home runs. He's got 24 walks and 36 strikeouts and 147 at bats. So both of those ranges very good. Batting 306, on base percentage of 413, and an OPS just under 900. He is a shortstop. So I think we'll probably talk. I think we talk about Eddie Leonard a little later. I think he's definitely living up to the billing of, he's not I don't think he's a top 5 guy, but he's definitely a top 10, top 15 out of the list of prospects in Bowman. Pedro Leon, Hi-Fi Futures. So decent name for the White Sox there. And the Invicta, not a bad get for Colson Montgomery there. All right, this stack is going to have the auto. Now, again, my theory was hopefully one of these 2 boxes would have a color auto. Just the way that the packs are done historically, I feel like the hobby product has just a little bit more of an edge on the color than the regular, because I feel like the jumbo, because I feel like a lot of the times, you're going to get one numbered auto, and if it's a refractor to 499, that's fine, but I mean, we really want the color stuff coming out. So I enabled my computer to get Twitter notifications. Normally they just go on my phone. That is the most distracting thing ever. I might have to change that. So no Rockies hits yet. And my kids are texting me. They want Roblox. They don't stop. Is that even still like a top game? I feel like sometimes they're a little bit behind on the video games. Maybe not. All right. So finishing up the hobby box here. All about that base. Then we got Yoelqui Cespedes, top 100 guy. Estevian Machado. And a little atomic action here with Yorbit Vivas for the Dodgers. Yorbit Vivas. Got Manning. Pedro Leon in 3D. Ellie De La Cruz. So that's one of the key guys we want to see in Chrome. Trace Sweeney. Virtuosic Vibrations. This design not so squared off, but it's still pretty sharp. So, Warming Bernabel. What kind of a name is Warming? What did you get named after? I got named after an oven. got named after the brand of KY. Never mind. We won't go there. Curtis Mead for the Rays. That's actually a pretty decent one right there. Let's see. I think I got him on the list. $179 at bats this year. All right, now he's coming off of a season last year where he had 38 doubles, a couple triples, and 15 home runs. He's already got an 18 doubles and 7 home runs, and this is after a promotion to Double-A. So obviously this is sticking. Actually, he's got less than half as many games as he had last year, so he's on a pretty good pace. 22 walks versus 38 strikeouts. So all right on the strikeout ratio, but definitely boosting up his on-base percentage almost 100 points. So he's hitting 296, OPS of 906. And he swipes a few bags. 11 last year. He's at 4 this year. 21 years old, third base. And interesting fact, he was born in Australia. So I think he was an international free agent pick. I don't think he was a draft pick. So they don't all come from the Dominican. Some come from Cuba and Venezuela. And every once in a while, yeah, you got something like that. It comes from Australia. So and whoever lives upstairs has got a new racing game because he's been playing that all week. Austin Martin. Ricardo Genovese. And 79 out of 125, Michael Trina. First Bowman card for the Reds. Not a top prospect like De La Cruz, but it's always good to see color on a first Bowman, right? Especially a position player like that. Diego Cartaya. Anthony Rodriguez. Fidel Montero. And paper, but it's blue. Vlad Guerrero Jr., 178 out of 499. So Vlad Jr. to 499. And some more paper color. Diego Velasquez, 128 out of 250. All coming up at the end here. Jack Sawinski. And there we go. Autograph Gavin Conticello. So third base prospect. 8th round pick in 2021. So a little bit of a deeper pick there. And that's going to go to the Diamondbacks. So no color in that one. Little Jason Dominguez. I guess we'll give him some 1 cent love. So there's one hobby box. Might as well go back to back on them and knock out the second. That way we keep all that stuff together. Which slot is which? All right. We've knocked a few of these guys off the list to talk about already. There's more, but we knocked out quite a few. I want to knock them out early. All right. So for the other hobby box, and I gotta open one of these suckers, right? Me just popped onto the top 100. So I guess he's in the 90s somewhere, hanging around with Yoelqui Cespedes. Let's quickly put top loaders on these. Oh, that didn't take long. There's another autograph. Not as long of a wait. Grand Slam Brantley. Michael Brantley. Yeah, they did update the list recently. Hey, Christopher, what's going on? Were you glued to your TV for Mr. McMahon's appearance on SmackDown? I blinked, so I missed it. I don't know if he ended up coming back later on the show and doing something else. I thought they might have brought back the limo angle and just killed him off, his character off. That would have been kind of funny, especially if they recycled the original footage. Didn't the White Sox just either get teed off on by the Tigers or vice versa the other day? Wasn't it like 13-0? I forget. I think it was the White Sox doing the teeing off in that game. It might have been that same game that Abreu had like 5 hits or something like that. Josh Lau. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I guess he just kind of just dropped the mic. I don't know. He thought he was CM Punk for a minute. Would have been better if they had MJF come out and do it, but we know that would have get him in even more legal trouble. Both of them. Robert Dominguez, Yaswar Garcia. Holy sheets. Got Roberto Campos. So, I don't know. I was kind of hoping that Vince would come out, right? Pardon my French, but I thought he was going to go full heel, right? This was my Twitter post earlier. So, is it wrong that I just want him to go make the biggest heel promo ever? Basically saying feeding his libido was worth more than the contracts of, and insert all the names of all the budget cut wrestlers. Call the WWE universe a bunch of marks and that tell them that they can kiss his billionaire balls and announce that he's impregnated Shane. It'd be the best TV they had in years. But they didn't go that route. I guess recently, before Stephanie got temporarily let go, which now you got to wonder. A lot of people thought the whole leaving because of family thing was related to Triple H. Now you got to wonder if she was just getting her stuff in order because she was going to be taking over as temporary CEO. You got to wonder that. But I guess just before she had taken her leave, I guess she had talked about there was some sort of incestuous angle that Vince McMahon had planned. I mean, come on. I in no way condone what extracurricular activities Vince McMahon's going on, but is anybody shocked? So I guess he had planned some sort of angle where he was supposed to be the father of Stephanie's baby. It's crazy, crazy old man. He's stepping down as CEO, but I think he's still in charge of creative. So, I mean, I don't really think anything's changing. And I think that's what the statement he was trying to make tonight was. Let's talk about Bello. No, not a minion greeting. Brian Bello, Red Sox prospect. Red Sox still on the, or not on the board anymore because we didn't delete these yet. I gotta delete them. That's not too hard. Delete. And delete. It's not letting me delete. There we go. All right, so those are all gone now. As far as Brian Bello goes, he's looking good right now. 12 starts, right? So this is an interesting one here. 67 innings pitched. Usually, these kids are looking like they're about 4 innings. He started the season in Double-A and was pretty lights out. A 1.6 ERA in 6 starts, including a no-hitter. All right, and that's kind of what got a lot of eyeballs on him, even though he's a pitcher hobby-wise. Nolan Gorman, who's now up with the main club, last I checked, and doing all right. Hitting home runs as expected. Now he's at AAA, and he's 3-2 with a 3.78 ERA. So if you combine his numbers for the year, again 7-4, 2.69 ERA, 92 strikeouts in 67 innings. All right. His WHIP 1.03. And for his minor league career, he's been pitching since 2018 in the minors, 1.19. I think this is a guy that we're going to see in September. We may not see his rookie cards this year. I feel like he'd be like a Series 1 type guy. But I think we've seen some decent young pitching from the Red Sox lately with Tanner Houck, with Garrett Whitlock. If this guy turns out to be any decent, I mean, we got a young rotation here, and even though pitchers' values are a little tough in the beginning, if you got something going on like that, where you've got like a trio of young arms that are going to come up together, that's going to attract a little bit more attention, because people might go after all three and say, oh, if one of them gets hurt, okay. If two of them get hurt and one's really good, we're okay. If it's the 93 Mets, then we're screwed. But Pulsifer, Wilson, Isringhausen, those careers did not go the way they were expected to. Although you got to say, Isringhausen didn't have a bad career, right? Pulsifer, not so good. And then I don't even think Paul Wilson made it very far at all. But I mean, that's something where the Red Sox, have our team with a strong following, a lot of history. Brian Bella would kind of make three, right? There's George Valera, Chrome, because Cleveland rocks. And Padres with a hit. Brandon Valenzuela. So he was signed in 2017 as a free agent signing out of Mexico. He is in his age 21 season. So I guess he had some injuries, because even though he's been signed for that long, and sometimes they sign, he signed at 17, so they don't necessarily come up until after they graduate school, and sometimes they spend a lot of time in instructional situations. You lose 2020, but only 139 minor league games through last year. I don't have this year's numbers pulled up. And decent, fair numbers, but he's a catcher, so defense is number one priority. Get only 7 home runs in 93 games last year, but can he catch? There's Bobby Witt. That is the main question. So we'll keep throwing this row here. So that was not a color auto. So if the hobby boxes are better, I don't think we're going to prove that tonight. But we'll see what happens. Oh, there's a guy we can talk about in a few minutes. Okay. Got our Invicta coming up for this box. So Invictas, I don't remember if they come out in retail or not. But generally you'll see them 1 per box on the hobby. I've seen 2 in a box come out. 2 in a box come out in the jumbos, but one's been numbered. So I don't know. We haven't opened enough jumbos to really get the pattern on that yet. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And again, a decent name. I know discussing it, I wasn't too huge on him as far as how the numbers go. Again, there's a lot more to a scouting report than just numbers, but the bottom line is they do have to perform. And, he was just drafted last year. So he could be one of those guys that he's just a little bit older when he makes it to the major leagues, if he does continue to have some struggles along the way. But, guys who were a little bit older have had very successful careers. Some even make it eventually into the Hall of Fame. But it does lower their chances, and that's kind of where the hobby mindset is on that. We want Hall of Famers, right? Future Hall of Famers. Yeah, Lesnar is back. So the first stream got muted by Facebook because it said I was playing music in the background that was copyrighted. Period. You could hear a freaking pin drop in the background. Let me get him the right link. Alrighty. Yeah, it does not help when you're in Facebook jail either. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that discussion because we all know how I feel about Facebook, and I don't want them to cut the feed again. So, this is an interesting one here. Misael Gonzalez, atomic fractor. Again, there's a few strong prospects for the White Sox. This one, not so much. He's got a little bit of pop. He's an outfielder. I don't think he made the list of 30 that I was going over, though. I'm going to double check that. Nope, definitely not. So, but again, 30 prospects. It's pretty intensive. And that's not even counting names like Matt McClain, who is autograph only for the Reds. Big holdover first round, not in Bowman draft. Surprised that he didn't have any base, actually. I thought he was going to have base in there. Brian Acuna. So, yes, Ronald Acuna and Luis Angel Acuna's cousin. Some sort of family connection there. There's Julio Rodriguez, a little J-Rod in 3D. And a few other names. But we want to focus on the guys who, even if you don't hit one out of the park with an autograph, Giants, Tigers, or Astros, nothing big yet. Pedro Leon 3D insert and stuff like that. We've only shown, this is the second hobby box, so we've only shown 2 autographs so far. But we'll definitely be doing some sort of a rundown to distinguish each of these products, right? This one's not bad. What am I going to go over first? Do I got this guy on the list? Yes. So I got Dustin Harris on the list, and I'll talk about him after we show off this lava refractor in blue, 68 out of 150, Sal Frelick for the Brewers. This is Carlos Colmenares, Hi-Fi Futures. Logan Cerny. We give Francisco Alvarez a little 1 cent love, even though it's not a first. What? Reed Detmers, who had that no-hitter. How about numero uno, Adley Rutschman? Had some mixed results so far. He got that first home run out of the way, so that's good. But again, Adley, a top prospect, so long term, definitely way too early to tell. But let's talk about this Dustin Harris character right now. All right, this is a kid, kind of probably overlooked a little bit. This is the guy that I was talking about as an example. So he's had a few seasons, 2019, 2021, and 2022. Obviously, 2020 didn't play. So in 2019, he was an 11th round pick for Oakland. Obviously, you saw the Rangers logo on that card, right? So he was drafted out of JUCO, St. Petersburg Junior College. So he's 22 with 3 years of experience. Now, he was... I don't see a trade here. Oh, here we go. It doesn't say who they traded him for. It had to have been somebody decent, I would think. But Dustin Harris and Marcus Smith ended up going to the Rangers, but it doesn't say who for. So you look at last year, 21 doubles, 3 triples, 20 home runs, 73 strikeouts, and 404 at-bats. That's respectable. Also 47 walks. All right. And that was between A and high A ball. Now coming over to the Rangers, 196 at-bats. Now he's got 52 strikeouts. So now he's over that 25%. So it's not terrible, but walks are at 23. Home runs are at 11. So he's still on pace to be a 20 home run guy. Now the doubles went down to 7. That's the concerning thing right there. Steals are at 13. Everything's in line, but his batting average dropped from 327 to 255. The way the numbers look for me, on-base percentage went down from 400 in 2019 and 2021 to 342. I think he's trying too hard swinging. So that's an example right there of maybe the change in philosophy. Swing for the fences, and now he's striking out a little more often, but more importantly, coming down in the other numbers. Let these kids do what they do naturally, right? So here's our Invicta for this box, and it's for the Cubs, Christian Hernandez. So again, another decent name. Lopez. Dario Lopez. So we got one more stack of packs here. One more stack of packs for Hobby, and then Hobby's done. And then we'll move into Megas. Oh, Khalil Watson. There's our number 1 guy right here. So Khalil Watson is the top prospect. Yeah, and Beers had an up and down minor league career too, and I think he'll end up being an all right player. There was a little while that it looked like he was kind of written off and not going to amount to anything. You know what? Let's save Khalil Watson for a little bit later, because this is a nice little, I guess it was a speckle. And this is another White Sox prospect, and we talked about a few so far. This guy's on the map. All right. So this card is numbered 92 out of 299, Lennon Sosa. I think this is a guy whose stocks come up a little bit as this season has progressed. So he's 22 years old. He's been around a while, though. He has actually over 1,600 minor league at bats. So first games played in rookie ball were in 2017. Obviously, you lose 2020. It's just something that for this era of players here, all right, it's just going to be the case. There's a nice James Wood Chrome and Nick Gonzalez to close out that stack of packs. But this is a guy who last year just made it into Double A ball by the end of the season and did not look good. That's probably why this is his first Bowman card, right? He had a decent high A ball part of the season, but I think it was expected that he would do a little better. And this year, granted, 58 games in Double A, but they didn't demote him, even though he had a little bit of a struggle. 241 at bats so far. 81 hits already. 9 doubles, 2 triples, 13 home runs. So this is a guy who in 2019 hit 35 doubles and 7 home runs. So now the numbers look a little alarming when more home runs than doubles, usually an indicator of swinging for the fences. But this just might be a strong kid because he's batting .336. He's got 19 walks, which is fair. But in those 241 at-bats, only 35 strikeouts. Now, this is a guy who had 105 last year and only 16 walks. So the walk number's gone up. So there's a little bit of an oddity there where his doubles have come down, his overall extra base hits have come down. But actually, he's doing it because he's actually improved his batting eye and is making better contact. Maybe not as hard, but this is kind of like the opposite of what we just talked about from that kid from the Rangers. So he's batting .336, and he's got an OPS of .941, all right, which is higher by far than any other season. Last season, even though he had the extra base hits, the batting average wasn't there, and he only had an OPS of .701. So this is a guy who's made some huge progress. So Lenyn Sosa definitely one to keep an eye out on. The key thing is he'll probably get a promotion to AAA after the All-Star break. What he does after that is probably going to be the make or break for his career. But I think he was kind of low enough on the totem pole. You might be able to pick him up cheaply. I didn't do too much looking into the dollar value end of things, just kind of what I know from the original price points that came out. Lenyn Sosa was not really that high up on the radar entering the season. Again, we talked in the beginning about this is generally a late April set, right around when the minor league season is about to start. And the part of prospecting, with Bowman is you don't just stop at when it comes out. You've got to follow these guys and see how their minor league performance goes. So right there, he's got my attention. All right. Again, I'm not the type of guy to go after I wouldn't be the guy going after all the Khalil Watsons. I'll accumulate them maybe during breaks if people don't pick up the Marlins. But in general, I'm not the type of guy to go after the big prospects. I want to go over the guys who everybody's missing. All right? Just like when Bryce Harper was big, I was going after Mike Trout. Right? I actually picked up a lot of Noah Syndergaard cards when he went in that deal for Travis Darnaud, or with Travis Darnaud, I'm sorry. He was coming from the Blue Jays, I think. He was traded by the Phillies originally to the Blue Jays. Syndergaard was like a throw-in in the trade. And, I mean, he left the Mets, so he's dead to me now. All right, maybe not. But in all seriousness, I mean, he was a dominant pitcher for like 5 or 6 years before injuries kind of caught up with him. I guess, was it in the pandemic season or in the season leading up to it? I can't remember. It's either 2019 or 2020. So things kind of deteriorated a little bit from there, but definitely a guy who carried this team, pitching wise through a lot of tough points. Shane Baz, a guy who I think is going to be very good for this Rays rotation. Do I have Eddis Leonard on the list? I do. Let's talk about Eddis Leonard for the Dodgers. So 21 years old. His first professional season was 2018. What do we got there? Samad Taylor and J-Rod. And here's the part that's tough. He's still at high A ball. Lot of upside from scouting projections. 225 at bats. So he's got 23 walks, 52 strikeouts. That's not bad. 262 average, 356 on base percentage. 17 doubles and 7 home runs. Last year it was 29 and 22. So the home run totals dropped a little bit. This is a guy, his OPS last year was 929, and right now it's down at about 800, which is below his career average. I think this is a guy that this is kind of a make or break year. I think regardless of whether he progresses quickly this year, throughout the remainder of the season, I think he's going to end up in Double-A, and he's just going to be one of those guys where the Astros say sink or swim. But he has the tools where he may not sink. So one to keep an eye out on. I mean, the Dodgers generally a crowded lineup with lots of star players and millions of bucks. So his value may end up coming up as a trade chip. And if somebody can unlock his potential, which the numbers show it's there based on past performance and at lower levels, hopefully things work out well for him. 144 out of 150 on that Asa Lacy. But not on the high end of the spectrum, but definitely an above average guy to keep your eyes out on. Pete Crow Armstrong, Oswaldo Cabrera. Spencer Torkelson, High Five Futures. Luca Tresh. Edward Cabrera. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to have to start sleeving some of the first Bowmans later when I sort it tomorrow. Well, I don't know if I'm going to get to sort it tomorrow, but sometime between now and Monday. There's Max Muncy, first Bowman. He's an interesting one. Let's do him next. He's a guy who should be near the top of conversation, especially since he shares the name with another superstar player, although I don't believe any relation whatsoever. Drafted by the same team as that guy, too. 91 out of 199, Brandon Valenzuela. Purple paper. And we'll have to get back to him later, but that's a key card in chrome right there. First round pick, 25th overall. With the exception of Austin Beck, again, he might end up being somebody who makes it to the majors, but I've definitely lost being high on him at all. With the exception of Austin Beck, the A's are pretty good as far as, with their early round picks, finding good talented hitters. Whether they stay with the team or get packaged out as a deal is a whole other story. But, they usually find guys that are at least capable of making it into the major league level, if not succeeding there, right? Even going back, Moneyball's been around for a while, but even going back, let's say, Josh Donaldson, Marcus Semien, why am I drawing a blank? But there's a pattern there. There's a Trey Sweeney, right? So I think this Muncy kid's got a lot of potential just based off of the track record there. So High-Fi Futures, Jason Dominguez. Add another decent card to the Yankees there. And there's Joshua Baez for the Cardinals, another guy that we'll talk about in a little bit. And that is going to conclude the two hobby boxes. So we're going to keep this stack separately for when we do our recap and we analyze our experiment. Next, it's mega time. So we'll open up these mega boxes next. 50 cards per box. So 4 10-card packs that have 2 chromes. And then you have 2 special packs that have 5 mega box exclusive Mojo Fractors. Didn't want to interrupt too much the Max Muncy thing. So what we're seeing from Max Muncy, mixed results. Max Muncy, mixed results. Okay. .208 at bats so far. So the positive here, we got 13 doubles, 12 home runs. But he's only batting .240. But he does have 36 walks, which brings his on-base percentage to .363. But he does have 77 strikeouts, and that's like about, 35%? And we're only on A-ball here. So definitely some coaching going to be needed there. Oh, there's 3 chromes in this one. The one I opened for myself the other night, every single pack had 2. So that's why we want to open more product. And that pack only has 1, so now we know what happened. Yeah, 2 there. So two per pack on average on the cards. All right. So let's see the easy part here. Some Montgomery. Just a couple prospects there. Not first Bowmans. Luca Tresh again. Jaron Duran. That's what I'll do this so I can separate them later. Kind of like Detmer's, at least leaving his up. There's Max Muncy again. All right, so not much going on there. Mostly anything of interest was paper. And then we got Oswaldo Cabrera, not a strong prospect for the Yankees. All right, Trey Sweeney definitely has a lot more upside. And this is just the first one. There's 10 of these, so we'll see what happens. And then our two Mojos. And will we see some interesting color or even an autograph? Definitely want to sleeve all these first Bowmans. So we got Benjamin Bailey, Alan Serta, numbered 49 out of 99. This is the kind of thing you want to get out of a Mojo. Ellie De La Cruz for the Reds. All right, so that's gonna tack a few bucks onto the total there. I like it. Jonathan Klaas, Yoshwar Garcia, Sagastev, Noel V. Marte, who's not a first Bowman, but we'll give him a little 1 cent love anyway. Colorale. So you do have insert showing up. That's the second time I've seen a Rookie of the Year favorites. I had one in my box too. Junior San Quentin. Hopefully that doesn't end up where he ends up living in the future. San Quentin, not a good place, right? Jose Pastrana, prison. I don't think it's open anymore though. Maybe it is. It's that comedian that used to joke about that. So, all right, that's a good start for box number one. The question is, can we keep that trend going? Again, my theory was that the mega boxes might end up being the weakest of the four, but again, while the sample size that we're using, isn't gonna necessarily prove anything, it's gonna give us definitely something that we can visually see and understand and calculate. All right, so that was Max Muncy we last talked about. Let's see who pops up next on my list. How many do we have left? We started with 30, 6, 10. Was it more than 30 then? I don't know. Definitely more than halfway through the list, I think. So far, and this is, again, I opened one mega for myself earlier on a stream just to kind of give an example of the product. This is our third mega box we're opening here, and I find it interesting that so far, every single of the regular packs, there so far has not been any color variation of paper or chrome. That kind of gets me a little nervous, to be honest. This guy on the list. No, but Jonathan Klaas was, and we showed him earlier. So, Mariners, single A, 200 at-bats this season. And he's definitely a speedster. 8 doubles, 5 triples, 6 home runs. So not a huge power guy, but he's got double-digit power. Only 19 walks and 68 strikeouts out of 200. That's pretty high. He has stolen 23 bases, so when he does get on base, he's a little dangerous. 270 hitter, 342 on base percentage. OPS still a tad under 800. And he's only an A-ball, so you're not going to get promoted solely on stolen bases. But he's 20 years old, still learning. He's only 5'8", 150 pounds. So if he's hitting home runs already, if they can put a little more weight on him, the only concern is the strikeouts are already kind of high. So, I mean, he's really got to bring that down a little bit. Pastrana and Rye. We got Torkelson. Willie Calhoun doppelganger? Very possibly, yeah. Although, was Calhoun that fast on the bases? 23 steals. Keep in mind, we're only like 50 games in. He's stealing base every other day. He's on pace for like 50 plus. Maybe 50 to 75. So I wouldn't 100% say the doppelganger, because that would mean he was like a twin. He's got some wheels. Just got to get on base a little more often. And he's got power potential. So he ain't Ricky Henderson either. But all right. First mega packs did good. Let's see what the next round looked like. The Ellie is to 99, yes. How'd the last Ellie to 99 do? Are we over 100 with that? Keep in mind it's the Mojo, so they're going to treat that differently. Okay, 89. That's fair. I thought we'd be at around that, around 100. Again, first ones might have rolled out a little over 100 too. I don't know. Dario Lopez, Roberto Campos. Rookie of the Year favorites, Matt Manning. I really wish Facebook comments would stay up longer, because I totally miss them half the time. So if I'm delayed in responding to you, that's why, because Facebook sucks. Royce Mark Quintana. We got Diego Velasquez. And what do we think? Jason Dominguez. Top load this guy. We'll top load Jason Dominguez. We also got to top load the next guy, right? So numbered 5 out of 150, Leover Peguero. See that? I didn't get a numbered one in mine. Got numbered ones in each of the first two so far. Leover Peguero, High Five Futures. Jordan Walker. Samad Taylor. And Joshua Baez for the Cardinals. That's a decent one, too. All right. Mega number 3. Again, we are conducting the Bowman Experiment right now. Oh, one sold yesterday for 132. Okay, that's actually a little above what I was expecting. I was in that 100 to 125 range, so that's good. And you know what? Again, everybody says, oh, eBay comps are the Bible of pricing, but yet eBay comps, they're not always consistent. It can vary, especially who's listing it, how it's listed. All right. A lot of time, oh, this is your comp right here. And then it's like, dude, it says, please read description right in the title. Major damage on the back. That is not a comp. Thank you for trying. You can take home the home version of the game, but you do not win. All right. Henry Mendez. Now, I think he's one of the guys on the list here. He absolutely is. So let's bring him up. 18 years old. This is important. All right. Free agent signing out of the Dominican. All right. Lots of upside. 18 years old, but he's 6'2", 175 pounds already. All right. Now, that's a stat you can't change. I mean, you can change the weight a little bit, but obviously a lot of natural athletic ability. He's an A-ball already. All right. So he's not, doing extended spring training. They're like, you're ready for A-ball. You're a big boy. 169 at-bats. So 4 doubles, a triple, 2 home runs, nothing crazy. 40 strikeouts, that's fair. He's got 38 walks. Last year, small sample size, 12 strikeouts, 17 walks. All right. So he batted .316 at rookie ball. He's batting .219 now, but with a .364 on base percentage. All right. It doesn't look like he's going to be a big slugger. The OPS is obviously suffering with the bad batting average. But he's 18 years old. And he's obviously got some God-given gifts. All right. He's an outfielder. He may be left field, power guy. He's still growing into those paws. So for the Brewers, I would say definitely one to keep an eye out on. It's still early in the game for him. There's not many assumptions that you can make, other than he's doing all right for his age. And he's got a lot of upside. Not knocking that out of the park. All right. But he's got a lot of upside. And there's Felix Valerio, who I believe we talked about earlier. Yeah. Trying to see who we have left to talk about. Oh, I didn't talk about him yet? All right. Well, we ended the last mojo with Joshua Baez. All right. He's another one. We don't have much to say about him. Matter of fact, his numbers kind of suck. 77 career at-bats, 156 average. But he's another kid. He's injured right now, so that doesn't really help him. 6'4". The other kid was 6'2", 175. So you can tell the kid's already got an athlete's body. This guy is 6'4", 220. So he's an even bigger boy. And again, small sample size last year, 14 walks, 76 at bats. So that's not bad. Thing was 28 strikeouts. That's rough. A little rough. So not as high on on that part of the deal. But again, huge upside if he can develop into a power hitter. I think the other guy is going to be more of a gap guy. This guy is going to be more of a power hitter. But he played one game and got injured in his first game, and he's been on the injured list since May 18th. So it doesn't say here what it was, but definitely a pause. But he's a guy who was scouted very highly. I won't say very highly, not highly like George Valera, but an above average prospect. He was a second round pick in 2021. So that's still touted pretty highly there if you're a second rounder. Yoelqui Cespedes. We got Joe Ryan, Isaac Pacheco, and Dory Lorenzo in the first pack. Sidetracked myself, and I didn't open the second one yet. And we got 3 boxes in a row with color. Of course, I'm the one who gets the box with no color. Got a couple other guys to talk about here. Let's start with this guy. Marlins, Ian Lewis. 105 at-bats so far this season. So I think he might have had a little bit of extended spring training. 305 average, making contact at 8 ball. 5 doubles, a triple, 2 home runs. So not huge numbers there. 20 strikeouts. So he's under 20% on the strikeouts. I like that. 7 walks, 4 steals. So he shows a little bit of everything. He's not doing anything super phenomenal, but he's in his age 19 season. He's a shortstop, so defense is going to be important with him. He's got some possibilities. 38 out of 225, Yashwar Garcia. So we did get another color parallel there. Jason Dominguez, High Five Futures. And I believe we still got to talk about this guy, right? Or no, we did. No, we didn't. James Wood. So very high sought after guy in this set. There's Denzer Guzman behind him. Second round pick. Again, another second rounder. So James Wood for the Padres. Now, the bad news. Hasn't started off the season too fantastically. All right. But he's only had 71 at-bats. So I think he had a little extended spring training too. He's only 20 games into the year. Unless he had an injury. Oh, that's what it is. He got injured. So he's coming off injury. So, I mean, last year, he was a rock star at rookie level ball. 372 average, right? 8 extra base hits and 86 at-bats. But, I mean, 372, an OPS of 1. That's awesome. This year, so here's the plus, though. All right, 32 strikeouts and 86 at-bats last year. This year, even though he's coming off injury and he's not 100%, only 19 strikeouts in 71 at-bats. But he's also got 17 walks. So he's already walked more times than he did last year. So, I mean, the patience is there. Has just about the same amount of extra base hits. And he's only batting .239, but he's seeing the ball well. And so his on-base percentage is still almost 400. His OPS is still at is at 816, even though he's batting 239. So that is a good sign. It means that he's going through growing pains and he's coming off of injury. Again, you look at, we talked about it with the A's. You look at the Padres, and they can't miss on the hitting prospects lately. I mean, their first rounder, Jackson Merrill, is probably the most underwhelming as far as expectations go. In quite a while, and that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to end up having a bad career. But Wood is the guy who wasn't in draft last year, and so that's going to give him some attention in 2022 Bowman for sure. I think this is going a little slower than I thought I was going to, but I think when I did several hours worth of research, I probably should have realized that. But other than that, how do you feel that the break is going? Are we doing too much here? Or are we enjoying going deep into the product? Humberto Hernandez. Again, not really much different as far as the base end of things here. And so far, this is now box 4 in this break. And the regular packs have yet to yield anything other than base and paper. No variation, no color, anything. Just straight up base and paper checklist. So I find that interesting. I've never really looked at the megas before, so I wonder, is that something that's been the case in previous years? Or do you feel like these packs were dumbed down a little bit? I feel like again, we haven't gotten to the blasters yet, but I feel like they've looked better than in previous years. I don't have much experience on the retail side of Bowman, but I do have a little bit because they don't give me any. And for my birthday, I always open Bowman. If I sell out or come close to selling out all my breaks, I got to get my Bowman fixed somewhere. So I think I got like Camo Luis Robert first Bowmans and stuff like that from having to get it. That's not a bad start there. Marcelo Meyer. He's got an awesome name. There's Rafaela again. Carlos Colmenares. So I don't think we're going to get another color in this one. Reed Detmers. Luis Gonzalez. Maximo Acosta. Christian Hernandez. But we are going to see our first autograph in the Megas, and that's Jay Allen. Okay. Wasn't sure what we were going to see because, different odds for different products. So we got Jay Allen there. So there's one. Will we see two like we did in the hobbies? And that's part of what we're looking at as far as this experiment goes. I mean, we got one hell of a mojo parallel with that Ellie De La Cruz, that's for sure. So the Reds are doing just fine. Right, Hector? Last minute grab. Like literally I'm setting up the break, and I was trying to wrap up a purchase online. And I had a question as to one of the kid sizes, so I was, texting my wife, and at the same time, I'm getting a request for the Reds here. Yeah, the Reds are still available. So, they might not have been. Don't let those hits be misses. If you are following us on Facebook, right, we're going to have 2 breaks posting tomorrow, most likely. 2 of them. All right. I got one of the pictures already loaded in my phone. I just never got to do the actual legwork on it. And then another one that I will snap a shot of it before I leave here tonight. And hopefully I can get them both priced before Gabby's dance recital tomorrow. Although I'll be running the soccer train for Becky. Soccer Uber. And looks like Philly and New York City / New Jersey are going to have some World Cup games in 4 years. That means I will be stocking up on a lot more soccer. Remember the last time the U.S. was hosting World Cup games? Definitely a lot of interest in soccer rising. So, and U.S. made it this year. That doesn't hurt either. They got their stuff together. 4 years ago, program was a mess, man. It was messy in a bad way. Usually messy is a good thing in soccer, but it was not. Not good. And now they got, I think, everybody positioned correctly, and the talent was there. I think they got a little younger. So, is it Verdugo and Trina? Or Triana, sorry. Michael Triana. Harry Ford. Jackson Churio. Who's the next guy we'll talk about for the Brewers there? And Denzer Guzman. Jackson Churio, 18 years old. All right. He did rookie ball last year. All right, had an OPS of 833, so that's not bad. All right. 28 strikeouts versus 23 walks last year. Now, I think he's trying to increase his power potential. So this year, 44 strikeouts and 11 walks. So that's the one downside. But 13 doubles, 3 triples, 6 home runs. So he's already got over 20 extra base hits in just 147 at-bats. So I guess that's working somewhat for him. He's also batting .347. So his on-base percentage really hasn't changed. At least his batting average is up. So I guess he's trying to be a little more aggressive, and that's brought up his slugging, and his OPS is near 1. I mean, you can't say somebody's necessarily doing something wrong when they have an OPS of 1. Just hopefully they can bring things back in balance as they advance to AA, AAA, and hopefully the majors. And maybe, man, I opened the worst mega box ever the other night. These are all way better than mine. I might have to open another one myself later next week. All right, this one does not have any color, but it does have a key first Bowman, so moving right along. Cabrera, Leover Peguero, Jarren Duran, Austin Martin. Again, all these are going to be prospect cards with the exception of any inserts. Isaac Pacheco, Marcelo Meyer, Rafaela again. We've seen this pattern before. This pack pretty much came out earlier, I think. Curtis Mead and Estevian Machado. So Curtis Mead, I guess we will. I don't know if it gets a top loader or not. Yeah, borderline. We'll do it. All right, so we're halfway through the megas. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Mega number 6. And I'm almost convinced that it is impossible to get numbered paper or chrome out of the regular packs. So that's interesting. That means you're really depending on your Mojo packs, right? Although these have come out pretty good so far. So we'll see how this one ends up. But nothing else coming out on the regular Bowman end. Which, again, Mojos are fun, but if you compare by the number a 99 solid green to a 99 Mojo green, the money's going to generally be in the solid. And yeah, not finding anything crazy there. Meyer. Got a decent pile here. Let's give these cards a home. Mojos, I'll put in this. All right. Okay, more color. Keeping it colorful. So out of 6 boxes so far, there's another George Valera. That's pretty solid right there. Out of 6 boxes so far, 1 whiff, similar to mine the other night. 1 auto and 4 color out of the first 6 boxes so far. We got Kawar, Austin Martin, Pacheco, Sawinski, Felix Valerio for Milwaukee, and number to 75 for the Braves, Mekhi Backstrom. So 18th rounder in 2019. First base. I don't think Matt Olson's job is in jeopardy anytime soon, but gotta have guys in the minors to play every position, right? And another Curtis Mead and another Estevian Machado. All right, so we got 4 more of these suckers to go. Oh, I need more top loaders. They're not far away. All right. Dare I ask, is this an experiment we should run again? Obviously, not with as much detail talking about the prospects, because that we're only going to do once. But would it be cool to try this a second time and see if we get similar results? Probably need a decent amount of teams keeping in order to do that. But if we do have interest, then I'll kind of ask around and see how people feel about it. All right. Again, I like the fact that even though we're using these 4 different types of Bowman products, we're kind of keeping their overall value in comparison to each other about the same. Let's see what we got here. So Khalil Watson, I think we're about to talk about him, and then a nice parallel came up of another player. So let's talk about the number 1 guy here. 16th overall pick in the first round for the Marlins last year. At rookie ball, he batted .394 with an OPS of 1.13. And that's without any home runs. 3 doubles, 2 triples. Again, only 33 at-bats. Really small sample size, just 9 games. But in those 9 games, he looked really good. 8 walks, 7 strikeouts. Again, we're starting to see a little bit of a change, right? A little change in that trend. So that's cool. This year, little larger sample size, 201 at-bats, 49 games. Now he's hitting home runs. All right? You know, we're talking about a kid. He's 19 years old now. All right? So he's still finishing up growing here. And 9 doubles. All right, there's another Curtis Mead. Maurice. Not too many Wander Francos yet, but there's some Curtis Meads, so that's good. Especially those Mojo ones. There's a little bit of something. So here's where I get really worried. All right. Small sample size, 8 walks, 7 strikeouts last year. This year, we're talking 201 at-bats. Now he's hitting some home runs. He didn't last year. Again, is the philosophy changing? I don't think it's changing across all teams or across all levels of the minors. If anything, I think they let him kind of be themselves in the beginning, and then once they get him into the leagues higher and higher up, they may tend to focus more. So I think it's going to take some years before we see a lot more of the type of players that Wander Franco is looking like he's going to be, and Adley Rutschman and you know Henry Davis is one of those type of players where the walk totals are comparable or higher than their strikeout totals, and their strikeout totals are under 25%. And right here we got an example: 89 strikeouts in 201 at bats. That's like 45%. That's insane. That's a huge difference from before. And it shows his batting average is again, he's not going to hit 394 for the rest of his career. We understand that. but it's almost half. Um, and an OPS of 644. Again, almost half. Is there some concern there? Yes. He does have the scouting, the tool set. So I don't know why I'm gonna sleeve that. I didn't need to. So, but again, a small amount of concern based off of this slightly larger but still small sample size of this year. Another Ellie De La Cruz to add to the list in Chrome. So, but he's the number one guy to be chasing in this. All right, as far as dollar value goes. Will he end up the season that way? Well, now he's got to wake up and get his head out of his butt. But still very young. Oh no! So Justin Upton took one to the head. I mean, you got to say thank God for helmets being good. I mean, you take one to the face. That is like serious concern right there. But to the head, not good either. But again, helmets can absorb quite a bit of the damage. So, not too much base stuff there. Again, mega packs. This is where things can get mega interesting. All right. No color, but definitely some good ones in this pack. Yeah, that's not the best of spots. All right, so no color in this one, but still a very respectable couple packs. We got Trey Sweeney, J-Rod, Jarren Duran, Jackson Chourio, one of the upside kids for the Brewers, Adael Amador, Luca Tresh, who did not make the list, I don't think. Bobby Witt Jr. It's a decent one right there. I think we'll give that a top load. And we're on drip, and he's definitely got some drip in this picture there. Luis Rodriguez, looking pretty stylish. He's got the thing around his neck, the thing around his head, the fancy red Under Armour. You got Benny Montgomery, and how about one more Ellie De La Cruz card? This one a regular Mojo refractor to go with that green one. So another Ellie De La Cruz. All right. 3 more mega boxes. We have the 1 jumbo and the 15 blasters. What do you want to do after these 3 mega boxes? We got the jumbo. So that's 1 box, 1 shot deal. And then 15 blaster boxes. Got 1 vote for Jumbo, 2 votes for Jumbo. 1 on each platform so far. So we've seen plenty of his cards so far. So let's bring up the next name while we're opening packs. We talked about Yankee prospects. We talked about Trey Sweeney. Let's talk about 23-year-old AAA shortstop Oswaldo Cabrera. Yeah, Trey Sweeney's numbers were looking a little rough, but definitely a lot better than Cabrera's. Cabrera's a guy who's got over 2,000 minor league at bats. So I mean, he got brought up at age 17 in 2016, right? He was 17 in 2016. Yeah. All right. So he's been around. 2019 played in high A ball. 2020 nothing. Right. So this is another guy that losing that season is going to kill. All right. There's been plenty of guys where it's kind of made it make or break for them. And then in 2022, dude, you've been around a long time. In 2021, they got him to AAA at the end of the year. And he actually did really good in 9 games. So it's like, all right, this is your big year. Well, he's been hurt. Another one. Can't completely write him off. He's coming off of injury. But 86 at-bats, 31 strikeouts, a little rough. He's not stealing bases, depending on the injury he has. Last year, he hit 29 home runs. This year, we're only at 1. Yeesh. I wish it said what injury he has. I mean, he had 127 strikeouts last year, so, I mean, that's not a strong point. He's a .259 career hitter with 6 years of experience, 5 years of minor league experience. Got to always subtract the 1. He's batting 186 right now. He's got an OPS of 592. After last year, he was at 863. So hopefully he heals up, because this is definitely his make or break season, and you don't want to break this year. You definitely got to get that average in the 200s if you want the team to continue to take a look at you at this point. Oh, I got to switch this off. Bear with me 1 second. Did it just cut off my feed? There we go. Hold on 1 second. I just got to fix something. All right. That should be good now. Sorry about that. I have to change the computer setting real quick. All right. Ellie De La Cruz paper. Again, nothing in those regular packs. I think now that's box number 8 plus the one that I opened for myself. I think we're safe to assume that there really is no chance of pulling anything out of those packs. And you know what? You know what should have been the first hint? All right, where the odds are for everything? Blank. So again, I'm not sure if that was something that was common in the Bowman products in previous years. Is that normal for megas? Because again, I really haven't done a lot of retail, and I never really did the mega boxes before. I was always, if I got something, I was getting those like thicker hanging packs. And they used to have like the camos in them. Brujan, Denzer Guzman, Luis Verdugo, Ian Lewis, Braylon Minier, J-Rod. I like that one. I think that's deserving of the top loader. Lorenzo and James Wood for the Padres. Oh, I don't think we'll be that late. A little later than I thought it was going to take. I thought it was going to be about 2.5 hours, but I have been talking a lot about the prospects, and I do think it's important for the content of the video. We do have a few guys left to talk about. A lot of the big ones are already gone, though. The big ones, a lot of them are done. 2 more mega boxes. I might even skip a few of these guys and we just keep rolling. So again, nothing special to expect out of these packs. Just flipping through in case you're doing a count of your chromes and rookie cards like Wander Franco there. Is that the first Wander we've pulled out of the mega boxes? I don't think we've seen any. If we did, it's only one other one. So that's how it goes. Sometimes you just don't get a stretch of some guys, but then you pull a bunch of others like Ellie De La Cruz and James Wood, and Jay Allen was our mega auto. And now we got chrome and base of him showing up. Seems like mega box autograph is 1 in every 15 packs. Now remember, It's not the packs that come out of the mega box. It's literally the mega box packs. So there's only 2 of these in every box. So the other ones don't count. You know what I'm saying? So 1 autograph every 7.5 mega boxes, or technically that's the odds of a base auto. So let's say every 6. So we may not see another autograph. We only got 1 more to go. Henry Davis. Again, Mojo refractors. I like to make sure everyone's sleeved right away. Some of the first Bowman Chromes I'll get later, though, especially at this stage in the game. Jake Berger, Joshua Baez, Quintana, Sawinski, Felix Valerio, another George Valera. So we've just kind of been on a George Valera kick so far. Diego Velasquez and Luis Gonzalez. I don't know whether they're tough to pull or we just didn't get a good stretch with them included. Hard to say. I don't think did we even pull a Muncie Mojo yet. I know we had a Chrome a few packs ago, but I don't even know if we pulled. Maybe we pulled 1. No, none, 1 or none. I don't know. But then you could grab another 10 boxes and pull a ton of those guys too. Okay, so 25 megas and 1 auto. I think based on the odds on the wrapper, then you had a little bit of a rough stretch there. I know I don't expect to see another one, but the variations are the real tough ones to get. They're numbered to 25. That's like kind of the pipe dream there. So we may see a second autograph, but we may not. And again, that's something that we're going to consider when we do our final analysis at the end, too. All right. All about that base, Literally, like the definition of all about that base is these filler packs of the Mojo. Valera not bad, but it's paper one. Duran. I don't even feel like we're getting a lot of the better guys on the checklist. I think they're fewer and far between. These packs suck. But it is what it is. It's the Mojo refractors that you're looking for here. So will we at the very least get another color? We just ran a stretch now where we really haven't gotten any color. And that's going to continue, but we are going to see, again, how do the patterns go? We're seeing a lot of repeats. There's another George Valera. So 4 out of the 10 mega boxes that we opened had a George Valera, but no Max Muncy. So some guys you're seeing 2 of. You know, this will be something we'll point out later. About 4. But hey, he's a top guy. Top guys out. Right? So another high-fi future Dominguez. Blaze Jordan. Yorvit Vivas. Jack Sawinski. Valerio. Joe Ryan. Luis Gonzalez. And Maximo Acosta. All right. So that is the mega boxes. I'm seeing something interesting already about this. All right. So Jumbo was requested next. So Jumbo you shall get. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up with a lot of blaster packs on the floor. All right. So, Jumbo, I expect there to be one numbered autograph. That is the expectation. I also expect a few numbered parallels. Now, I found it interesting. We didn't see that many in the hobby. Now, again, we only opened 2 boxes, so did we just open up the wrong 2 boxes? I don't know. Usually you do see a little bit better color parallels historically. Historically is a key word. We live in a world now where nothing is the same anymore. But historically, we tend to see a little bit better color parallels coming out of hobby boxes for Bowman. And I don't think that's going to be the case this year. But yeah, we didn't see a lot. I see something sparkly and shiny here. There's a lava refractor. Okay. So first stack, let's see what we got. And do we have... Let's talk about... Well, I kind of joked about his name earlier, but let's talk about Warming Bernabel. 20 years old. Out of the Dominican as a free agent. Had his sample time in 2019. No time in 2020. Then continued rookie and A-ball back on that track in 2021. He's at A-ball in 2022 with 204 at-bats. He already has 17 doubles, which is a career high, and 6 home runs. All right. 25 walks and 33 strikeouts. So both those are in the good range there. And 16 stolen bases, which is also more than he had in his previous 2 seasons combined. He's batting .324, 400 on base percentage, 896 OPS. So I think he's warming up a little bit, warming Bernabel, warming up a little bit. And then let's move quickly as possible on these guys here. Khalil Watson in 3D. And Luis Rodriguez. And these are jumbos. Let's go 3 insert cards in a row. And we got Reginald Preciado. 88 on the top 100 list. Alan Serta. There's another one that we have towards the end here. All right. Indians prospect, 22 years old. So he's been playing since 2018. He was actually originally signed. Oh, I'm sorry, I said Indians. He's a Reds prospect. Now it says he was born in the Bronx, so I don't have draft status on him. I wonder if he was an undrafted free agent. Kind of not the norm, but I also noticed there's a lot less detail on MILB.com than there used to be. So, again, 22 years old, only in high A ball. So that's the concern right there. 172 at-bats. So he showed a little bit of power last year, 22 doubles, 17 home runs. This year he's already at 12 and 12. 36 walks, 76 strikeouts is a little rough in 172 at-bats. 238 average. OPS of 917, but I mean, he's only an A ball, high A ball. Once he gets to double A, triple A, he's not in the same boat as Ellie De La Cruz, really. I don't see the upside on him. I just think he's going to go to double A, maybe struggle through. By triple A, he's just going to be striking out like 50% of the time, and he's not going to have the same results. So let's move on to Edgar Caro. 19 years old, out of Cuba. And a little more promising there at A-ball. All right, he had a little bit of time last year, 39 games. A little bit of time this year. In 184 at-bats, he's got 10 doubles, a triple, and 7 home runs. It's not bad. 34 walks, 43 strikeouts. All right. So strikeouts, maybe a little bit higher than you want them to be. 288 average, 412 on base percentage, 879 OPS. So there we see a 3-year difference between the last guy we were comparing and a whole lot more solid numbers. So Cerda is mierda, and we'll give a care about Caro. How's that sound? Got a big paper stretch here. So Wilman Diaz, Colton Cowser. I'm surprised he's only at 96 on the list. I kind of thought he'd be a little higher up with all the positive vibes behind him. Some chromes, Dustin Harris, Logan Cerny. Who's the next guy we're going to talk about? To whom it may concern. 22 years old. All right. He was a 10th rounder for Philly last year. So he came out of Troy College or university, whatever it is. And here's the deal. So 52 games so far, 197 at-bats, 8 doubles, 4 triples, 10 home runs. So he seems to be a swing for the fences type guy. 68 strikeouts. That's pretty rough. But he does have 25 walks. 244 average, 336 on base percentage, 813 OPS. So he's got some power potential. But being that he's an A-ball, he's got some catching up to do. Came out of college, 22 years old. This is the type of guy that you want to see fast tracked. You definitely want to see him at Double A by the end of the year, Triple A, and Major Leagues the following year. So he was on the Phillies. All right, he actually is an Astro now. So he was a part of the Garrett Stubbs trade. Stubbs had that walk-off home run the other day. I guess he's the backup catcher for the Phillies, as Marc-Down hasn't quite panned out the way they would hope. And I see some purple in our future, numbered 44 out of 250. Averson Arteaga. So solid purple, 44 out of 250 for the Giants. Averson Arteaga. So we got our Colorado that I was thinking we get. Khalil Watson showing up 79 on the list. I see that better than Colton Cowser at 96. But again, we did not have the season started when Bowman was made. We're going based off of last year's results. And Reds, 169 out of 199. Braylon Minier with the lava refractor. So this was the Indians guy. So we've seen some cards of him already as well. John Kenzie Noel. Signed the Dominican Republic, age 20 season. So he's at high A ball right now. 200 at bats. All right. Last year he hit 19 home runs and 265 at bats. That's pretty impressive. 200 at bats. Now his doubles numbers are down. He's down from 14 last year to 9. But he already has 17 home runs and 200 at bats. All right, that's not too shabby. 65 strikeouts is really tough. 16 walks is decent, though. Batting .225, not so good. So his on-base percentage isn't even 300. But an 811 OPS, and he's coming off of an OPS over 1 last year. So, oh gosh, what was that guy in the White Sox minor league system? Eventually made it up. It seems like that kind of guy, like 40 home run power, but he's never going to bat over like 225 in a professional season. He batted 340 last year, so that's why the OPS was so high. This kid, but oh gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, this is a good one. I only got 3 more top prospects to talk about the rest of the night, so we're gonna hold off on prospects for a minute. All right, we're 90% through that boat, and we got a nice low numbered autograph coming up here. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of Vaughn. I was thinking of gosh, I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. I'll have to look in. I'll have to look at some past rosters. I think he played for the White Sox and the Tigers, I want to say. Kept it kind of in the AL Central. Rookie of the Year favorites, even though even though we don't qualify this year. Duh. But you got to get Wander Franco on the checklist. A red auto. Very good guess. It is a red autograph. Liberatore coming in at number 19. And Michael Escato, 180 out of 399. Yeah, the lavas are fun. So to answer that question, I hope it's first. I'm guessing you want like a first Bowman. It is, but it isn't. It's a first Bowman guy, but it's not going to say first Bowman on the card. So we got Colton Cowser in 3D. Oh man, this card's all pitted. Luis Matos. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but up here, there's like massive dimples on that card. Nick Gonzalez. He looked like Rikishi's butt. So variations, I don't believe come in red. I think they're to 25 in the Mojos. That's 36 out of 499 with that Brian Bello there. And then I want to say number to 25 on the Mojos and number to 99 on the regular cards. So it wouldn't be number to 5. Got Sal Frelick. And we have numbered 4 out of 5 for the Yankees. Trey Sweeney strikes again. Invicta Auto, red. Trey Sweeney. Again, and it's on card too. On card. So not a sticker auto. That is gorgeous. So as long as he picks up his numbers from the first third of the season, should be in good shape here. First rounder, Yankees. That'll get him at least a couple of years before he has to do awesome. You said hit you some good Yankee ink. I think we've accomplished that. Definitely accomplished that. There's Baker. So big hit right there. Yeah, and that's why I said it is a first Bowman guy, but it's not a first Bowman. So you don't get as much for the inserts, because didn't I hit a red Invicta Auto when we first did Bowman? I think I hit a red one for myself too. Or something like that. Or maybe last year. Did they do the Invictus in draft? I don't know. I feel like I hit a thick red one that I recently sold, so I can't even look at it to tell you who it is. I feel like it was a Red Sox though. I don't think I really have the time to look through old photos, but all right, we hit 2 color autos out of this jumbo. I don't know. I think it's gonna be tough for the blasters to beat that. So again, I'd like to try to do the experiment again. I don't know if we'll have enough hold on to their teams or not, but I do like the concept, and if we could do this 1 or 2 more times, we'll get a much deeper sample size too. Heston Sherstad. All about that base, And there's Hedbert Perez, Brewers. Austin Hendrick. Max Muncy. You got a Wander Franco there. Didn't really see him too much in the megas, but I think there was one of each in the hobbies, and then there's been at least that one in the jumbo so far. And we could see a second one. Paper tends to repeat. Elvis Martinez, Hendrick before, Tyler Soderstrom. All right. So there's that pile. And while we're opening these 3 packs, why don't we talk about the guy whose autograph that we hit? All right. Averson Arteaga. 218 at-bats this season. All right. 14 home runs, 2 triples. I'm sorry, 14 doubles, 2 triples, 7 home runs. He's walked 18 times and struck out 67. But he's got a decent batting average, 280. He was 290 last year. 343 on base percentage is respectable. And an OPS over 800. So not doing anything spectacular, but he's at A-ball level and age 19, as he was a free agent signing out of Venezuela. So 6'1", shortstop. All right. It's becoming more common nowadays having these guys hitting, 20-plus home runs as a shortstop. But it's not necessary. But he does have double-digit power. He's kind of blocked in his position. So does he move to somewhere else, or does he become a trade chip? I guess that's going to depend on if he can get himself into Double A and still putting up respectable numbers before the end of the season. We haven't talked a lot about pitchers lately, and honestly, there's not a lot of pitching prospects in this one, thus making its long-term value very good, because, I mean, how many of these guys are going to, screw it up? A lot would have to in order for these boxes to not hold value long-term. A lot of position guys. For the White Sox, age 22 season, Norge Vera, all right, out of Cuba. Only one game this year, so I guess he was on the DL. Or maybe extended spring training. Yeah, he didn't get assigned to Kannapolis until June 9th. So, not much of a sample size for this year, as he's only pitched in one game. But in 9 career games, 8 of them starts. All right. Not getting a lot of innings pitched. He's averaging slightly over 2 innings per game. So I'm thinking reliever at best. All right. A whip of under 1, which is very impressive, 0.78. Again, not a huge sample size. And I'm not impressed by the innings count. So I don't know. I'm thinking this guy ends up being a reliever, even though he's starting most of his games. I don't think he ends up being a starter. Not with 22 innings in 9 games, 8 starts. 82 out of 199. Paper rookie Ryan Vilade. Not terrible, I guess. Marcelo Meyer. So I only got one more prospect to go over. That's Denzer Guzman. Age 18 for the Angels. Again, only one other Angels prospect we discussed earlier. Very small sample size for the year. He's another one. He didn't get assigned until June 6th. And he was signed as a free agent last year in 44 games last year. He had 14 extra base hits, only batted .213, but he did steal 11 bases, and he walked 20 times compared to 24 strikeouts. So good ratios there. He's batting .429 in 6 games. Only 1 walk, but 5 strikeouts. Only 3 extra base hits, all doubles. No steals yet. OPS over 1. Really, I mean, 6 games. You can't tell anything out of 6 games. Sorry. But age 18, and he's still kind of on the rookie ball level. We'll see. We'll see what happens when he starts getting into the A-ball pitching. Really too early to tell anything on that guy. Curtis Mead. Matt Frazier. Getting some decent Bowman Chromes here. And I think that's all 30 of the guys that we were going to talk about this time. So I guess if we do another round of this Bowman experiment, right, we get enough people who want to keep teams and do this all over again, we'll have a lot less guys to talk about. But we'll talk about some of the autograph exclusive guys that you don't get in the base cards. Again, I kind of wanted to use the base cards as a trigger to talk about these guys. And I probably should have cut the list down from 30. I thought 30 was a good number, but I should have probably cut it down to about 15 or 20. So my fault on that. Henry Davis. But, somebody, this is good for archiving. Somebody who really wants to dive deep onto this checklist here. A couple Bobby Witt Juniors right back to back there. I like that. High five futures and your number 5 prospect. Lennon Sosa, John Kenzie Noel, Vargas. All about that base, about that base. There's another Wander Franco, so 2 in the jumbo box. Again, sometimes it's just a stretch of boxes you get with retail. You never know, especially if they come from different sources. You know, it's not like I don't clear shelves for retail. I just order online. So who knows where they came from? Yiddy copy just could have happened to be similar cuts along those boxes. And I believe we started with a Diamondback auto. And second rounder out of 2021, Ryan Bliss. It's Alexa's older brother or younger brother, right? No, it's not. Definitely not. But Ryan Bliss, Diamondbacks, the third autograph. Got Max Meyer, J-Rod, Bobby Witt. Kind of come to the conclusion that Elijah Tatis is going to be all washed up. And that's your jumbo box. Definitely a visual difference with the jumbo box compared to other things, but that's where we got the big red out of. All right, blast off time. Again, my theory is we're going to see 2, maybe 3 autographs out of the blasters. That would provide some very good value. At least one of them is going to be paper. All right, one of the 2 or 3 will be paper. But I've been seeing some pretty decent hits coming out of blaster boxes this year. Again, I don't know if that's norm because I'm not a big retail buyer. Never was, kind of started having to be. But the question is, were these autographs in the retail a result of not being able to produce as much cards due to paper shortage? Could that mean we could see some loaded products in the future? We're kind of starting to see it already. And you got to wonder, it's like, why are there 2 autographs coming in the same pack on some sets? Why are there, 2 kabooms coming out back to back? We pulled 2 downtowns out of a Diamond Kings case. All right? Yeah, they weren't the biggest ones, but they were still 2 downtowns out of the same case. So, in the interest of time, I'm going to open these 3 at a time. So I just have the packs piled out in front of me. But could it be that paper shortages are causing the amount of cards to come down a little bit, but they're formatting it differently? Like, all right, so we can't make as many hobby boxes, but we can make a whole ton more retail boxes and get our margin that way. The only thing is we have all these extra autographs, so we're going to have to insert them in there a little more often. I don't know if that's the actual case, but I definitely feel like some of the retail stuff out there and some of the shorter print cards in certain sets are coming out a little bit more often. Now, in Topps, I feel like things are harder to get, but I feel like Topps is like a priority set, and they're just going to make that the way they make it. They may make adjustments with things that are not a priority set. Right? Yeah, I mean, Bowman's a priority, so to speak, but it did get delayed. Right? Topps kind of came out around the time it normally does. Bowman definitely got pushed back because we just started seeing retail come out the day before my birthday, and I always open Bowman on my birthday, and usually Javi's been out for about a week or so. Usually it comes out around my dad's birthday, which is like 6 days before mine. Reed Detmers. Start with this. All right. So first blaster box. Again, I'm feeling like you're getting a decent amount of inserts out of these at the very least. Were they upside down, or was it just one sleeve that was upside down? Son of a gun. Shane Baz. So Ray's got a couple decent prospects and a couple decent rookies. Oh, they were right side up. It was just the one freaking card. One freaking sleeve. Khalil Watson. Bobby Witt Jr. There's Wander. 1 for 1. That's not a bad start. What are we going to be batting on these? 300? Only Wander Franco we're batting 300 right now. J-Rod. Valera. All right. Box number 1. Number 2. Now remember, when these first came out, the blasters, we did open a bunch for personals. And we did get some good results, including some autographs. So not just what I've seen online, but what we've seen in person too. Can we duplicate those results? That is the question. All right, got an autograph already. Second blaster, first autograph. Now, I feel like the way the blasters are set up, you actually get a lot of autographs, insert cards. A lot of insert cards. And so far, we're off to a good start as far as our chromes. Colson Montgomery. Cartaya. Brennan Davis. Marco Luciano. And we got some color. 26 out of 199. Will Wagner for the Astros. Yep. Billy Wagner's son, correct. So he's second and third base. 18th rounder, but doing respectably. We do find that sometimes these kids, don't go in the higher rounds, but the genetics helped them out. Tyler Whitaker, another card there for the Astros. So Tyler Whitaker with the hit. James Wood, another decent chrome. All right, so we're 2 in right now. 13 to go. Blaster box number 3 here. Again, we're going to go through 15. We've gone through 10 megas, 2 hobby, 1 jumbo. We talked about 30 different Bowman prospects. So again, it looks like numbers are going actually up a little bit on drip here. If you want to see the whole thing, all right, you'll get a good piece of it at the end here when we do our recap. But if you want to see the whole thing and the breakdown on 30 of the prospects in Bowman, some good information there for those who like the prospect. All right, not too much coming this third blaster here. But another Wander Franco, that's not bad. Jaron Duran. I do feel you get a lot of inserts in the blaster boxes. Austin Hendrick. Again, all the first Bowman chromes will get sleeved up later. But right now, in the interest of time, it's one thing I've done to kind of speed things up. So most important thing is just taking those chrome cards and handling them, one at a time by their size is the preferred way. For the bigger guys, if you're going on guys who might get graded even though they're lower end cards, certain guys are going to meet that criteria. Jaron Duran. Give that 1 cent love right away. And so 3 blasters in. And now let's look at the next 3. I'm going to have to close up this garbage bag because it is full. Oh, what the heck, man? They dropped a cracker on the floor. Probably the same one that left their water bottle here. It's the oldest one. That's the mess sometimes. Bear with me. All right. Sorry about that. Oh, I could use a snack or a drink. Just gonna dump the packs and worry about a bag later. Thought I might have had another trash bag here, but I guess I don't. That's a smart thing to leave here. One. Number 5, James Wood, and a green shimmer the next day. That's good back-to-back stuff there. True Red's good. Yeah, best True Red that's come out of one of our boxes so far was a Matt McLean. That one probably worth a few grand. So James Wood probably worth a little bit more than McLean, although he's a little harder to find as far as cards go in general. James Wood at least has base and chrome. I don't know if that'll affect the demand that much on a number to 5. I wouldn't think so. I'd still think Woods is the bigger pull. Yeah, we're going to run a recap. That's not bad. That's the guy in the Cardinals, right? All right. Number 4. Blaster box number 4. Volpe. Jordan Walker. There's Baez. Chromes are curving. It's not a big deal, but wasn't that noticeable in the other boxes. Definitely noticeable in these. Noel V. Marte. Colson Montgomery. And another James Wood. Brady House. Khalil Watson. We're 4 blaster boxes in, and I think we've had more Khalil Watson chromes come out here than in the whole rest of the break. Again, interesting, just kind of the way the cards are cut. But you got to wonder, are there guys that are, we saw the megas. We saw one base Muncie chrome, and no megas. Like, you got to wonder, are certain guys coming out easier in certain boxes than others? You would hope not, but I mean, one Muncie chrome's kind of rough. Not what you would expect out of 10 megas. 2, but I mean, it's close, right? But then you have 4 Mojo Valeris, so you kind of know that cut's messed up to begin with. But I do feel like we're seeing a lot more chrome. I don't want to say stars because they're not stars yet, but the higher guys on the totem pole are coming out in chromes. And this is box number 5, and we have our second autograph on hand. So things are getting interesting, at least as far as my theory on the blasters. We've already got our second autograph in my hand. O'Neal Cruz. And so who is that next auto going to be? All about that base, Corbin Carroll, there's a name we don't really hear a lot discussed about, but he's high up there on the list. Jake McCarthy made his debut this year. Or no, last year, didn't he? I don't know. He's a rookie card this year. Seth Beer. Is this wave of prospects coming up, though? I don't think we've seen Christian Robinson come up yet, have we? He's another one that doesn't get talked about a lot. So we're seeing a lot of these Diamondbacks come up, but is the future of this team going to be enough to elevate it to that playoff status that you hope when you get all these new kids coming in that it results in something? Because if it doesn't, eventually they're going to go somewhere else, or maybe they don't pan out, and then it's over. Roberto Campos for the Tigers. So again, 5 blasters in. We've already had 2 autographs. So we're within the range of our expectation. I was really hoping to see 3. Maximo Acosta, number 242 out of 299. Yeah, that's another theory that I had, and I think I'm going to be proven right on that. All right. Again, we are conducting what I'm calling the Bowman Experiment for anybody who's recently joined in here. And we talked about expectations for each of the different products that are out in the Bowman line. Now, we didn't cover, like the retail boxes. Might have been something else we missed. But, it covered blasters, megas, hobbies, and jumbos. I think that's a pretty good coverage there. Oh, got a refractor at least. All right. Moving right along. So this is blaster number 6. So we still got 9 more to go. But I think we're moving along at a quick pace now that we've gone over 30 different prospects in Bowman. And we got out of the way a lot of our talk about the boxes. Now it's the opening time. Also, we had a little bit of a technical glitch in the beginning on the Facebook side. Apparently, as you can hear the loud blaring music in the background, I violated some sort of a copyright issue, because clearly the music playing in the background was audible on my Facebook video, and they had to end it. Right. 18 out of 499, Robert Dominguez for the Mets. And we got J-Rod there. We'll give him a little 1 cent love. Robert Hassel. Spencer Torkelson. Yeah, there's another Mead. And Matt Frazier. All right, moving on to 7, 8, 9. All right. Lucky number 7. I think we've already been kind of lucky so far on these. So. And some good hits in general coming out during the break. So that's always a positive, too. You want lots of good stuff coming out. And when it's Bowman, there's no excuses for it not to happen, right? All right. So nothing crazy coming out of this one. But some good inserts. Got the Henry Davis. Another Heston Jerstad. Ton of these coming out. Numbered 430 out of 499, Luis Gonzalez. Not a big enough name or a low enough number for a top loader. Jordan Walker. Oh, another Chrome Ellie De La Cruz. Brendan Davis. Number 8. So again, well into this Bowman break. And the final piece of the puzzle was 15 blasters, and now we're at number 8, so we're kind of in the middle of this stretch here. And then we're going to analyze 4 relatively even valued doses of 4 different Bowman SKUs. And we'll draw some conclusions. Again, not a big enough sample size where you can be like, all right, this is the be-all, end-all opinion here. But again, we've come up with some theories, and now at the very least, we're testing them out. And I'd be curious to see what would happen if we ran this. Honestly, I would love to see this run 2 more times. I think that would be a very fair sample size. But we'll start with 1, and we'll see if we can get 1 more to happen. All right. Obviously, we would not go over 30 prospects. Probably wouldn't go over 10, really, because I don't think there's that many prospects that are autograph only necessarily worth talking about. But there'd be a handful of guys we discuss. But really, it would just be repeat and see what the difference is with the cards that come out. Again, making some pretty decent time through these blaster boxes. Not as much focus needed, but we do want to pull out the good ones, like this George Valera, whom we've seen a lot of for Cleveland this break. Jay Allen's also left a little bit of an impact, although he's not a first Bowman. He's still a decent prospect. Bobby Witt in 3D. Luis Matos, 168 out of 199. That's number 8. And blaster number 9. Again, this break, a relatively even mix of hobby and retail products. Slight advantage to hobby, but not crazy, man. All right, here we go. Blaster number 9. Another Wander Franco. Torkelson. And I guess we've talked a lot about Bowman. Is there anything anybody feels like we missed that we should have covered in this video? That's a good question there. We talked about a lot. Did we cover the main things? Yes, we did have some big hits. Oh yeah, a lot of sorting. All card ship always. Yeah, we had a red Trace Sweeney Invicta. So not the first Bowman Chrome, but still pretty strong card there. And had a few decent numbered cards. Reds picked up Ellie De La Cruz Mojo to 99 and a Jay Allen Mojo Auto, amongst a ton of paper and chrome as well. So I think good turnout for the Reds, good turnout for the Yankees, good turnout for a bunch of teams, to be honest. Giants had that nice autograph, so yeah, we'll go over that very soon. I got 6 more blasters to open up. 442 out of 499. Randy Arosarena. Max Muncy. Yoelqui Cespedes. Oh, look at that. I know it's not a first Bowman, but we're seeing red again. Look at that. That's not bad for a blaster card. Colton Cowser, 5 of 5 for the Orioles. I like it. Colton Cowser, 5 of 5. Oh, don't give me eBay 1 of 1's a made-up term. Doesn't exist. Did the Mariners hit anything? I don't know. We'll there's a bunch of J-Rod inserts, so I mean it's not like the Mariners are going to do bad. It's just it's going to be the little things adding up more than necessarily one big thing. So we got 10, 11, and 12 coming out next. What happened? Sold out of Flawless? I never got any flawless. They don't give me that stuff anymore. Please, then I'd be making tons of money and buying more stuff off of them. They don't want that to happen. So guess what? Autograph number 3. Autograph number 3. So we did hit 3 autographs. Yeah, if we end up going above the curve, could we see a 4th one? I don't know. Maybe. I haven't seen a lot of color, but we've seen a lot of autos. So, but some of the color we have seen has been pretty nice, like that number to 5 Colton Cowser. So you can't really complain. Get out of sheets. Campos. There's another Wander Franco. Jason Dominguez. Austin Martin. Bobby Witt Jr. Little 1 set love for Joshua Baez. Oh, there it is. Nationals. Andrew Lara. Again, one of their top prospects. Might be their top pitching prospect. So I'm not 100% sure on that. Top pitching prospect, top righty, something like that. I mean, I guess Cade Cavalli is their top pitching prospect. So second best pitching prospect probably. But again, not a lot of sample size to really determine how solid that assumption is. All right, so that was number 10. Just to give you an idea here on this monster box, this row is completely filled. None of the other ones were close to filled. All right. So as far as what gets you the most amount of cards for your dollar, it's the Bowman. The blasters. We're also seeing a lot of inserts coming out. So, little by little things add up. Again, some guys are easy to sell. the first Bowman Chromes, and other cards are going to be more difficult. Like, there are plenty of those Bowman in 3D out there. Do they carry value? Yes, but they're not necessarily an easy sell either. And that's something, it's not just money, but time takes a toll. Excuse me. Prado. Austin Martin. Brett Beatty. Make some printing residue on there. Here's Jordan. $136 out of $199. Fran Aldui. Another Wander Franco rookie. Can't fit anymore. Blaster number 12. So after this one, there's still 3 more to go. I didn't realize how big of a difference, because you're looking at these blaster boxes as only having a few packs in them. Didn't realize how much of a difference the number of cards was going to be in the blasters compared to everything else. I did think it was going to be the most, but I didn't realize how big of a landslide this would be. Relvis Martinez. Excuse me. We're getting to that time where I get a little tired. Back is killing me. Can I lower this a little bit? Maybe that'll help. Excuse me. Helping a little bit not to have to bend down as much. Jaron Duran. Denzer Guzman, 255 out of 299. And what we got here? Another Wonder Franco rookie. Got Torkelson. And numbered 165 out of 250, Bobby Witt Jr. So again, last three blasters coming right up here. And then we'll do a recap for the break. It'll pretty much take us to 2 Eastern. All right, the final stretch here. All right, what do we got here? Something sparkly. So I guess the answer to the question is no, nobody feels like we missed anything. So for those who have been watching since the beginning, for the sake of future streams, do you think we covered as much as we should have, as extensively as we should have? Could we have cut it back a little bit? That's good. So, lucky number 13, blaster number 13. Brady House. Another Ellie De La Cruz Chrome. Pedro Leon. 104 out of 125. Bobby Witt. Jordan Lawler. More sleeves. Oh, that was bad. Well, I don't need that size right now anyway. And Bobby Martin Jr., 71 out of 299. Two more blasters to go. Excuse me. All right, here comes blaster number 14. So we got one more after this. And then a recap, which is not going to completely go along with what I said in the beginning, but a lot of what I said is going to be confirmed. Again, if we want to do this again, hit me up on Messenger. Leave me a message saying that you'd like to do this Bowman Experiment one more time. And we'll keep doing them until there's no more interest. And we'll compare the numbers. Just as we're about to do right now. Another Wander Franco. Brandon Marsh. Jordan Lawler. $80. Austin Martin. All right, here comes last blaster. And then the recap. All right, here we go. Final stretch. Last blaster. We got Yaswar Garcia, Carlos Colmenares, George Valera, Carome, we'll finish up here with Kevin Alcantara. One last Wander Franco rookie. All right, that is a wrap for the break. So now let's do a little breakdown in the end here. All right. And there's some things that may surprise you. There's some things that may not. There's some things that may have gone by the numbers and other things that haven't. So, first of all, quantity of cards. All right. Let's kind of angle this down here. This one right here, this is our jumbo box in row 1. All right. This is our hobby boxes over here in row 2. This is just 9 of the blaster box. And these are our megas in row 3. Now, they come up pretty high. Here's the real interesting part, though, is this whole stack here is all megas, all the Mojo refractors. And there's a pretty decent stack of top loaders. So if you look at the stacks of top loaders, the least came out of the jumbo. The second least came out of the hobby. The most came out of the blasters. Matter of fact, not only did the blasters have that row of cards, they also had this. So let's start off with the megas. All right, what was our keys out of there? Well, we had 4 George Valeras Mojo refractor, 2 James Wood Mojo refractor, 2 Meads, nice Bobby Witt there, J-Rod, Makai Backstrom the 75, Leover Piguero, Yaswar Garcia to 125. I don't know, only one Wanderer out of all those megas. Maybe I missed one, but I couldn't miss more than one. Dominguez, 3 Mojos, 2 of them were inserts. Ellie De La Cruz, the big player out of here, 1 Chrome, 1 Mojo, 1 green, number to 99 Mojo, and then 1 autograph in Jay Allen, which wasn't a first Bowman Chrome, but it was a decent name. All right. And then again, a pretty decent stack of Mojo refractors, and we showed some names, but not all of them. Now, this is the one that surprised me the most. Hobby. All right. So we got Christian Hernandez Invicta, Sal Frelick Blue Lava refractor to 150. Let's see here. Had a couple atomics. Misael Gonzalez and Yorbit Vivas. A Valera Chrome, an Ellie De La Cruz Chrome, a Triana to 125, Guerrero to 499, Invicta Colson Montgomery, Chrome James Woods, Chrome Khalil Watson, 2 Wander Franco rookies, so 1 in each box. Lennon Sosa to 299, so there's a little bit of color. And then you got this Trace Sweeney Prospector Special, numbered to 49. And then our 2 autos, which I was kind of hoping we'd see a color, but we didn't. Brandon Valenzuela and Gavin Conticello. All right. So Jumbo has the smallest stack of cards, the smallest amount of top-loaded cards, but we got Yiddy Cappy for Marlins there, Invicta, Hedberg Perez for the Brewers, Lava Refractor to 399, Michael Escoto. 3 Wander Franco cards, one of which was an insert. Lot of inserts in the jumbo. Brandon Minier, number to 199, and then some Bobby Witts. But here's the 3 autographs. Heavy duty stuff. Ryan Bliss for the Diamondbacks. Everson Arteaga, number to 250 for the Giants. And Trace Sweeney on card Invicta, numbered to 5. So that definitely had the value there. The biggest value stuff. All right. Now, I'm going to wrap this up. Not only did that whole row get filled in the box, there were this many cards afterwards. Tons of inserts. So that means if you're like a card show guy, you got a lot of good name stuff, a lot of chromes, and we'll see that here real quick. Bobby Witt to 250, and then an insert there. Another insert, so that's 3 Wits. Yeah, I'll leave soon. All right. This is where it gets really interesting, though. All right, 2 James Woods. Haven't seen much more of that come out of anything else. 2 Khalil Watsons. That's the most that came out of the whole break. 3 more Valera Chrome. 3 more Ellie De La Cruz Chrome. There's paper, too. Oh, we weren't even looking at the paper for those guys. All right. Will Wagner to 199. 8 out of 15 had a Wander Franco rookie in it. Again, little by little. All right, did we get a big Wander? No. Did that add up? Yes. Did we get Curtis Meads? Yes. Did we get a Curtis Mead hit? No. But little things add up. So even if you don't get your full value on a big team like that, you will get a big chunk of it back. Colson Calcer, the other red card, numbered to 5. And then look at this. No paper. 3 autos, all chrome. Andry Lara, Roberto Campos, and what the heck's his name? Tyler Whitaker. So Tigers for Campos, Whitaker is the Astros, Andry Lara is the Nationals. So in retrospect, I think we're partially right. Now we got lucky on the jumbo, but we could have not been lucky on the jumbo too. Right? So the jumbo gave us the biggest dollar value as far as the big hits go. I wonder, though, if you add everything that came out of the blasters, maybe comes close. Maybe comes close. Maybe. But as far as getting a ton of Bowman Chrome firsts and everything like that, good night, Hector. Whether or not the blasters came out first, I thought Hobby was going to first and blasters were second. Blasters did finish second. Hobby and Jumbo switched. But again, it depends on what box you get. It depends on what's inside. And I think different boxes, you could see them totally flip. But I think that the blasters will be a constant second place. Now, I actually think the hobbies was the worst of this batch. We did good with the megas. We got an auto. We got a lot of name players. And we got a good color on Ellie De La Cruz. Doesn't always work out that way. I think long term, I think the megas are the toughest. Although they have some stuff that's nice for grading down the road. All right. It's low value grading, but still nice for grading. So there's value in that. I'd be curious to see how this would come out again in the future. So if anybody's interested in running a second Bowman Experiment break, you want to keep your teams, let me know. All right. We sold 28 out of the 30 this time around. So if we have 18 teams out of the 28 staying on board, we'll go with it. We'll run this one more time. All right. Don't have to decide now, but hit me up on Messenger either tonight or sometime tomorrow by like early afternoon. Thank you all for watching, and thank you for hanging out with us this late, for those of you who are still awake. For those of you who are watching after the fact but got this far on YouTube or one of the other places that this is going to be held, I hope this was informative and enjoyable to watch as well. So have a good night, and we'll rip y'all a new